Everybody, welcome. Okay. Wasn't streaming for a second. Let's go ahead and get on in here. Actually, I think I might get on the other account here. We'll start with Abraxas because it's a higher elo right now. And if we need a dodge, we'll get on the other one, obviously. Hello? Okay. So I have been trying... I did try some AP Rakan. And I was kind of digging it, you know, in solo queue, especially at this elo bracket, just having more damage and just blow them up early, but still having some of the utility later is really good. And there just are not as many, like, good, clean 5v5 fights. So I feel like with this bracket, just not getting as much use out of stuff like Staff of Flowing Water and Locket and even Shurelius. Shurelius is a good skirmisher item too, because you can run people down, but it doesn't have any damage on it, so aside from just the 40 AP. So I might try that out some more with the Proto Belt. The Proto Belt does give you that jump, which can be useful for gap closing as well. Going that, and then the CDR AP item, and then I could either go Sork boots or more likely Moby boots. I have been digging the Moby boots lately. Now this is not the build that like a lot of, you know, the one tricks are getting, but they're also in like a different, you know, a different atmosphere up in Challenger, right? I feel like I kind of do need to shift more towards this kind of damage-oriented build right now. Or at least I'm trying it out. Maybe I'll change my mind tomorrow. Who knows? But it seemed to be working pretty well yesterday. And then obviously, like, if certain compositions just sort of open up, right? If we have a Kog'Maw or something like that and it makes sense to play Lulu with that, then we'll do that like we did in the last game yesterday. Alistar was a pretty decent pick too, but and felt okay. But the AP Rakan was feeling pretty solid. Surprisingly, he actually, I mean, he does well over time, but even champions, I think like Lulu, have been falling off over time, which is a little weird. But yeah, so the Proto Belt, it's like 54%. Now it's just far, far lower pick rate though, so it's hard to tell exactly. You know, Everfrost, I hadn't thought about Everfrost, but that actually could be kind of interesting as well. Ability haste, 100 plus 30% of your AP, 125 plus 15% of your AP. You get 15 ability power off of that. Huh. It's the same price. I hadn't even thought of Everfrost. But chaining that CC together, I mean, that'd be obviously really nice. Extra 1.5 seconds, you're basically guaranteed to hit it. Like, you hit your ult, that's like, you know, 1.5 seconds combination for the knock-up. And then you could chain that together. That'd be a 3-second. This is Banacali, I don't know. It's gonna be a Nocturne, but he's already banned. Ivern. I kind of want to try that out. It has 250 health. How much does this have? It has 250 as well. Now, you don't have the 6 pin, and you don't get the 5 pin, but... Hey, what's up, Meat Gaming? But I think 15 AP is better than 5 pin on Rakan, because that applies to your shields as well. Where pin is, like, good if you're really looking to kill him, but... 15 AP, I think, is better, and he has very good AP ratios as well. So it has 5 more ability haste on that, and it has mana, which, again, you don't need a ton of mana, but, like, obviously having some is good, particularly if I'm not getting any other mana items. Scale's better, so it has the 100 base, but if you have 200 AP total, you'd get 60 out of it, versus you'd only have 155 off a Proto Belt. It's more likely you're going to hit multiple people with Proto Belt, and you do get the jump forward. Getting the alternator early for that, like, burst 60 damage is really big. So the build path, I think, is probably better for Proto Belt. Maybe. I don't know. Like, obviously, I love the alternator. Alternator's great. Alternator's better than the book, I think, on Rakan, but I like the Kindle Gem. Okay, someone's dodging. That's probably good. I should probably start banning Vayne, because she carries really hard, and it's kind of hard to engage on her if she has a brain. Which, to be fair, a lot of times they don't, and they tumble forward, but it's definitely a risk. Hey, what's up, Lucas? I haven't seen any big name Rakans getting this item. It has a pretty low sample size, but again, I think I'm in kind of a different situation than Challenger Rakans. But I didn't get all the way down the list either. A lot of them still really like Shirellia, like the Shirelia's plus Staff of Flowing Water. I think that works if you have a team that has a brain, but I'm not a big fan of Zeke's, man. I don't know. Like, I've tried it. Like, it does have a pretty good win rate. It does have armor. Like, it looks alright. It's just the damage just feels so, like, gutted. I'd probably rather just have Frozen Heart half the time, honestly. Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, at this elo bracket, I think just going harder for the damage on Rakan, just because, like, he does have such good AP ratios. He does have high base damages on his, like, his W's like 290 base or something crazy with like a 0.9 ratio. So you can definitely put some damage on people with your engage if you choose to get the AP. But AP also, it's not like it's full on just all damage, because like your shields also have a good AP ratio. So basically you're like having more like damage, personal damage, and like bigger personal shields at the expense, like shields you can put on other people, that is, at the expense of losing utility, right? So losing the movement speed off of Shirelia's for your team. Okay, he wants Nocturne. Oh shit, what was I gonna ban? I don't even remember. I guess I was ban Blitz, whatever. There was something. Oh, Vayne. Yeah, I was gonna start banning Vayne or Samira. Jinx does feel like she's really good, but it also feels like you can get her in a lot of comps. It's a lot harder to get Samira. Like, even if you get Samira, she's just gonna heal through most of it. Dude, you are... Okay, they picked Nocturne. I was about to say, if he hovered Nocturne and didn't pick it... if we get, like, Sivir or some bullshit and they get Samira, I might dodge. I don't know. God, with Shen, like, we're never gonna kill her. No flash top. I have been watching some. I'm watching like Double O stream. I haven't watched every single game, but I've watched some. What's up, Fakanaki? Why? What's up? What's going on there? I mean, he has 80% on him. Against Hecarim. Shin is just such a... Oh, I've seen some bad fight. Yeah, I've been watching some of the lower level teams. Some of them are pretty bad. I guess it's still just Rakan. Yeah, I mean, I kind of like Alistar into Karma, but I think if I just go for a magic resist rune, maybe. I kind of do want to go for the double AP. I'm almost wondering if like Airy would be on the table with this build, but I think Guardian's just so good you have to have it. Oh shit, they picked Malzahar? Who are they hovering? Damn, their team comp's so good. Or was just Malz was just their last pick? Yeah, their team's a lot better than our team on paper, I think. They have a lot of synergies. We have like Lux. Okay, he did switch to Flash Top. That makes me feel a little better. Yeah, Karma running all that shit into us is not good. And then Shin just being able to you know, stop my engage. Now, a nice thing about Rakan is I can get out. So if I get a good engage and we see a Shin ult, I can probably get away with Ezreal. But it's one of those things you just always have to keep in mind, and it's just a real pain in the ass. Yeah, the Hecarim with Karma, or like Karma speeding up Samira to run people down is, and just like Karma's shields on top of Shin's shield, on top of Samira's fucking shield. And then the Malzahar just point click R. Possibly should have dodged. We do have, like, we have range on him. So we've got Lux Bind plus Ezreal. This guy was pretty good on Ezreal. Is anyone on their team, like, proficient on their champs? Malzahar's pretty good. Everyone else is sort of whatever. They do have a gold 3. So that's good. Might be able to roam and kill Malzahar. Kind of a bad ward, but just like nobody's moving out of the fountain right now to help me protect the jungle, so usually I like to try to ward their raptors. It's a bit harder to do on this side of the map, but Lux is in this like super dangerous spot. Yeah, she just moved up, but they could have easily hugged that wall and like snuck in here, so that's like some of the worst thing. Is there any way to break Mal's art? Yeah, someone else CCs him while he's channeling it, or you can use a Quicksilver Sash to get your way out of it. But QSS doesn't build into that many good things anymore, especially on mages, so it's pretty good. It's pretty good ability. Can't Johnny's, nope. For mages, it's rough. So you have to stand back or hope that your team bust you out of it. Now, Lee can kick somebody. I can ult somebody. I can ult him, in other words, so Malzar's really good. I mean, I always say he's one of the more underrated mid laners. People just don't like him, so he's not fancy, you know. It's a pretty simple kit, but he's very good. He has good push, great CC, decent scaling with the items. Leandri's demonic. There's just no way we get priority versus Karma early. She just Qs that wave. What's up, King of Nobody? Good to see you, man.
Ain't nothing I say should be taken serious. Why is the truth?
Try to get that one extra auto attack in there. I thought maybe we'd get him. Dude, if Lee just like repeat ganked. Okay. Nice. Good play by the Ezreal. Yo, what's up, Super? I think I might just, since we're kind of getting a little bit ahead down here, I think I might just go for that alternator. Proto Belt. It does have 10 more AP on it too eventually. That alternator's just so good. It's double amp tome, so it's like really building up the power early. And then it's got that proc damage. So since we kind of got some kills there. Damn, I didn't even get an assist on one of those. Thought he wasn't going to give me the jump. If I got rooted there, it would have been really bad. I think she used her empowered R. Okay, nice. Wow. Let's just push and get that. Fuck them. If they just want to play that scared. Okay.
I can't die. Look at this.
Apply a little pressure. Alright. Surprised he didn't flash my W. I guess he just really wanted to try to go for that flash R under tower. It's just his R doesn't do like very much damage unless you have his other like dots ticking. He's pretty low damage early on. He's got like a good chunk of utility, but okay. Maybe try repeat gank Mal's, maybe.
I dig seeing stuff. There's wildness in the bees and the flowers. It's just a fury humans don't see.
Hecarim's gonna be right there.
I've been kicked around since I was born. It's all right. It's okay. I'm staying alive.
She had this worded. Karma hasn't been here, I don't think. Do, do, do.
I don't need any.
As soon as she used her empowered W on me, don't let her get charged up. Just wait on those stacks to fall off. Hey, thanks for this sub. I appreciate it. Okay. God bless. My guardian wasn't up. Oh, exhaust Baron. I don't know.
An enemy has been slain.
You're only given a little spark of madness. You must.
Yeah, I don't know what she was doing. I was like, is she just gonna try to ult here or what? My W was a little scary. It was like 1 or 2 seconds off when she went in, but I was like, I think we just trade here anyways. Okay, so that's Malzahar's TP.
I have got to stop talking myself. Damn it, Zaya, where are you?
Okay. I got on bottom then. I think I scared him. Probably.
Of magic. They are scared of where I'm from.
Kill him, it's Shin. Why do we not focus him, dude?
Ladies and gentlemen, I am here to entertain you.
Okay. And just like not killing the person I engaged on because they wanted to kill a higher priority target. I'm like, but you gotta stop the Shin. But it worked out, I guess. This Viego's so fed anyways, it just doesn't matter.
Killing spree. Turret plating will soon fall.
Woo! I am so into this.
Double kill.
Nothing to see here.
Time to get it started. Yep, I'm gonna see the human world from the start. They will see my death.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
I just wanted to stack. I guess I could have given him solo gold, but I mean, if I'm building damage too, it's probably fine. I wanted more stacks for the warding item, more than anything right there, because you get stacks for hitting the tower, obviously. Adding ignites true damage. I mean, at high levels of play, it's probably not good for the game, to be honest. Actually, let me. Okay, I think I just have to buy this because it's just more cost efficient. So it's like, it's a cool idea, but that would force junglers to take Ignite for a Smite fight, because Ignite later on, I don't remember what the initial damage is, but it's probably at least like 200 damage. So it would effectively make your Smite 200 stronger. So in like really high level play, that's like super important to have, you know, Smite control. I mean, a lot of times you shouldn't be taking Smite fights, but I think it would force a lot of junglers to take Ignite, which would, I mean, some of them already do, like Master Yi and stuff like that, and it would give them a bit of an advantage. Exhaust, sure. I don't think that would matter too much. But Ignite might be a big deal for Smite fights, or like early crab fights and stuff like that. And I guess it's interesting. I just think it would make it almost mandatory for junglers. Which maybe that's, I mean, maybe giving Flash, you know, a, so he R'd me, but then Ezreal just killed him.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Oh, we've already got a ward there. Alright. I guess I could have just put that in that bush. Probably would have been the same.
Magic.
I mean, playing AP Rakan was how I got a massive ass win rate on him early in the season. That was when the AP items were way better with Night Harvester. But maybe that playstyle, even if it's a little bit worse, maybe that's just what is optimal in Platinum. Yeah, I mean, that is a good point. Right now, it's, you know, a lot of people take Flash.
When I get sad,
You don't want something to become... Flash is kind of unique because that is the most OP summoner, right? But just because everybody's taking Flash doesn't necessarily mean that's bad. Because Flash can be used in so many different ways and like so many different junglers. So many different junglers can be good with it. Versus Ignite, I think favors certain kinds of junglers over others. But like junglers that already have high mobility most of the time, and mobility creep's already a problem. And like I said, Flash just enables a lot of interesting interactions and plays on different champs. I think that's why people are okay with Flash basically being OP, because it makes the game more interesting. But I don't know. I mean, you're right. It would offer an alternative. There have been other alternatives. I mean, they were trying to make Ghost like a more reasonable alternative, and they've done that on some champs will take Ghost instead of Flash. But like I said, you've already got like Master Yi that takes Ignite or Shaco. Like there are some. I'm just gonna take this. Just go with the safe play. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Is there's just so many champs that like they just can't work without Flash. I mean, you could still take it, but I don't know. Maybe it wouldn't matter. Maybe it would just put more emphasis on better control of the objectives. Like if you want to take Flash, you better have control of the objective and never have a smite fight. But I mean, Master Yi and Shaco, it's just like a lot of the like Ignite junglers already can potentially be kind of toxic. Anytime anyone's teleporting and I'm close to them with Rakan, I just shield them just in case a fight breaks out. I get an assist, and it would also give them Guardian. Then it's like no cost, so basically. I have been seeing more Rakans go mobility boots, like back to mobility since the 50 gold nerf. And with so much ability haste in the game right now too, it's like you kind of get diminishing returns, especially if you take Ulti Hunter, because now it's ability haste and not cooldown reduction like it used to be. So if you're going Ulti Hunter, which is becoming like the standard on Rakan, if you're going Ulti Hunter and you get Ionians, and all of your items are giving you so much ability haste, like you're getting diminishing returns from all of that. And so just having the mobility from just the old school mobility boots might be better. So that's what I'm kind of testing out, and it looks like a lot of Rakans are like, oh my god, we got promoted. I don't think we've seen a promotion screen in months. It's been rough out there. Yeah, the Moby boots are kind of coming back into fashion. Especially like if I'm gonna go away from Shirelia's, you get more value out of faster boots because there is a soft speed cap, starting I think at 450. Nice, good job, Derek. Is that from a dungeon? That Ezreal's pretty good. He's pretty good. I've seen some better Ezreals recently. He's not on my shit list anymore, for the most part. I think he's pretty good. I actually like having Ezreals on my team. I think there are several AD carries that are really good right now. Oh, a crafted piece. I don't really know about DPS warriors, like what their BIS stuff is. Yeah, Moby's, like, they've got a higher win rate. It's almost 2% higher now. And Shirelia's is okay. Like, it's still better than most of the standard stuff. I guess Mandate's a little better. But these AP items, it's lower pick rates, but could work. I kind of agree about the Primal Nether, I guess. Like, it's trying to get people to individually roll heroics, but if you need that stuff, It can be annoying. Now, most of the time, you can just buy nethers off of people, pretty much. Like, they can't be, like, sold, like, literally sold to you. But a lot of the items you create off of them, I believe, are bind on equip items. At least all the ones I've had to get that involve primal nethers. And so you just pay somebody for their nether. Like, you give them all the materials for whatever piece of gear you need. You ask them how much their nether is. Well, you'd ask them first before you handed them stuff. Ask them how much their nether is. I think the going rate right now is like 100, 150, something like that, gold. And then you just give them the gold, give them the mats, and they make you the gear. Like, that's kind of how it's, that's kind of how it's going. There might be some stuff that's BOP. Exactly. That's what people mean when they're just like crafting this, this, and this. Your mat's my nether. That's how people do it. So it's like you literally can't sell it on the auction house, but you can basically sell it. You just have to have the pattern for it. Okay, yeah. If it's a BOP, then yeah, you do need the nethers yourself. There are some that are like that. So that's annoying. Yeah, I think Leona and Zyra are still very good. Of course, have been playing Rakan a lot. I have played some Zyra. I did play some Leona, but I'm trying out this AP Rakan build. Moby boots, and then I have been doing the hell is it called? The jump AP item. And then I haven't even gotten to the second item in a lot of these games. Usually game's over by the first item. But the second item, I've been trying to build the ability haste item. Thoughts on Bard? Hey, what's up, Dwayne? Good to see you, buddy. I tried him the other day. I wasn't super impressed, but I'm also not, like, Rocket Belt. Thank you, Jisean. Good to see you. Yeah, sometimes I just blank out on things. I don't know. My memory's terrible. I was kind of worried that, like, I might legit have, like, some kind of early onset dementia or Alzheimer's, but then I looked up symptoms for ADHD, and that's one of the things, is that, like, your short-term memory is terrible. And I'm, like, 99% sure I have ADHD. I've just managed it my whole life. Which is not good when I'm trying to keep track of cooldowns and remember, you know, all this other stuff. Bard is, but anyways, Bard's pretty good. If you land, I think his win rate's still solid. It's like 52%-ish. But yeah, if you land your ults, it's good. I've been seeing more people getting the ability haste AP item on him. Keep blanking out on the name of that thing. I'm not really sure about that item, Cosmic Drive. I don't know if he has enough ability power to get that, like, second item. Maybe he does. I mean, obviously people have maxed it out, but I think Frozen Heart still, that was like an older school build on him, but I think Frozen Heart could still be good too. I still see people doing Deadmans on him. But yeah, I mean, it just, a lot of it depends on how well you roam and how well you use that ult. You know, I think you have to roam, you have to make plays on him. I actually didn't mind Alistar against Poke either. Well, I think Bard is team dependent in this. Okay. I should have leveled that up first, but oh, I'll have to check that out. Is Tank Bard better than Enchanter Bard? I'm not really sure. I'm not an expert on it. I think most people... It's not really Tank Bard. It's like, he gets these weird hybrid items because, like, his scaling is so strange. He scales off of meeps. So, a lot of people get just movement speed items with him a lot. So that's why you see, like, Deadman's played on him a lot. I think he still gets Shirelia's. But it's some tank stuff. Tank stuff does allow you to stay in combat. But yeah, I know what you mean. Like, the tankier items are pretty good. Although, again, I've seen more people with the Cosmic Drive. Even though his AP ratios aren't that good. I mean, the movement speed's good, though. So, he really wants movement speed more than anything else. Because that lets him roam better and allows him to go get chimes. And Movement speed, something people forget about a lot, is it indirectly gives you bonus experience, because that means you can get back to lanes faster as a support. Like, you can go ward, roam faster, but you also just get experience because you can stay near a lane faster.
An ally has been slain.
If he missed, he was going to hit the wall and maybe get a tower shot, which is why I was trying to get him close to the wall. So yeah, I'm not really sure. He's one that's just hit the meta with Bard is kind of always evolving which items you should get. And a lot of them are probably very situational. Like if you're hard winning, maybe the AP makes more sense. You know, obviously if they have a bunch of auto attackers and physical damage dealers, something like Frozen Heart would make more sense. If you're gonna lose lane hard and just perma roam, you know, Dead Man's Plate probably makes more sense.
This looks like another dangerous situation. Thankfully, I can improvise.
Okay. He didn't have flash from earlier, so it was an easy pickup. That's why I went for him over Ezreal, although I did find a spot where I was going to hit both of them. But Ezreal just eat out of it. Okay. I could flash, but I don't want to use my flash on that. I didn't know if he still had his E or not.
An enemy has been slain.
Humans think that to believe
I knew the W wasn't going to hit. I just wanted to get closer to hit him with a
that's
Q.
their problem.
Thing about going AP on Rakan that I've mentioned before is it helps his shields too. Like he has really good AP ratios on his shields.
Has been slain.
That's still worth. They're gonna lose a lot of XP at the tower.
Mankind is blind. I wanted to see.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. That's yeah, the swordsmith sword is supposed to be extremely good. I'm gonna go for the AP item, try to get more kills. That just rushing that alternator, man, it just feels so good. It reminds me of when I was getting it when the season first started and we were getting Night Harvester. Item's just freaking baller early on. If you can use it, it's so much damage. They nerfed it too. But like getting 2 amp tomes already is really nice early. And then it's pretty cost efficient, and you get the 60 like proc damage early. This is going for Proto Belt into Cosmic Drive, like AP Rakan, which I'm just trying out. I've had a lot of success with it. Haven't had a huge sample size. I think we're like 3-0, 4-0, something like that with it. Okay, there he is. But just adding a little bit more pressure early, just because it feels like it's just more of a YOLO queue than a 5-5 front and back team fight, and just feels like I just want to do more damage in like low platinum especially. So you're not going to see it in a lot of challenger builds, I don't think, but it feels pretty good. They just nerfed Shurelya's pretty hard too. Like a lot of people are still getting it, and it's okay, but it's not as good as it once was.
Only way to live.
Yeah, Rocket Belt.
World that's safe.
God, he's missed 2 cannons. I don't feel good about that. I saw some people trying Everfrost too, which I think completed Everfrost might be of a similar power level as completed Proto Belt. They're both pretty good. See if he'll hook me to maybe try to engage. Okay, never mind. Kha'Zix's calling it off. I don't know. I feel like we could have killed him.
Right. Who's right? Time to show it.
Where's he going? Oh, he's going to invade?
I do not wish to kill the mortals. I want them to keep the music.
Okay, that's pwned.
They're scared of magic. They are scared of where I'm from. I'm so fine, I gotta kiss myself.
God, dude, this is pretty nice. We're taking everything, man. We just took his whole jungle, killed him, and now we're taking dragon. These teams we've had have been pretty good, to be honest. The last little bit, too. Nah, they got a huge wave, so we missed a lot. Like, they're gonna catch up on XP here if we don't kill them right now, which we can't, probably. We got a lot of good vision, too. Yeah, let's just back it up.
You weren't a little frightened?
Does give us a nice back timing, though. I don't think I don't think I talked about you at all. The only thing I said was it was cool that you got an item your first raid. I was glad about that. So yeah, I mean, I thought you did pretty well. Do I have enough for alternator?
I
Yes.
dance because I'm free.
Go kill other lanes.
Killing spree.
Oh, he's killing that lane, sir.
Zaya says someone has to.
Oh, the audio feedback. Oh, you mean listening to it while you're also trying to play? Just like basically listening to the stream would have distracted you too much. Magtheridon does take a lot of focus. I mean, I even fucked up one of those clicks. I was really proud that you got all the clicks. I was surprised never being in there with everything going on. I was like, damn, he's on it. Hey, what's up? Hi, I'm Annie. The bot doesn't have that in there, but if you're wondering what my rank is, we're currently P3 on this account. Our highest we've ever been is D3 last season. We've kind of had a shitty season so far. But I think we'll get our groove back. Honestly, our soul just hasn't been in it. We've been playing every night, but I have been splitting my focus on some Burning Crusade Classic for the last couple months. I don't have really... I mean, we were kind of in the shitter before that happened anyways for a couple months. We had a really good January and February and maybe early March. We got up to P1. And then we were just bad. But now hopefully we're back on track here. We're trying out the AP Rakan. If you're wondering what I play a lot, woo! That damage. That alternator. Is it per person? No, it's just overall. But I play probably most well known in the last few years for Rakan. But I have played a good chunk of Zyra really far in the past. Janna. I've played a lot of stuff. But probably Rakan is what most people would associate with me.
I have got to stop talking to myself. Zaya, where are you? Come on.
I think last year on my Diamond account, probably like 60% of my games, 70% of my games were Rakan. Something like that. Now this build is weird. I'm trying out this new build. AP Rakan. Just to have more burst damage. It just feels like that's just kind of what the meta is, you know? Like, they just nerfed Shirelia's. They change, like, Staff of Flowing Water still has a really good win rate, but it just feels like
Rampage.
just having more upfront damage, at least at this elo bracket, might be better. Now, if I get up back to Diamond, I might have to change it back, but just being able to, you know,
An ally has been slain.
carry, you know, a little bit more damage.
Call it battle.
I know, dude. They're losing hard, so he's gonna roam. Okay, yeah, we're just gonna push and kill him, probably.
Why did it take you so long to get back to the action?
Rampage.
I've tried out like Locket builds too, but I think just going for the damage is just where to be right now because his AP ratios are so good on his shield too. So it's kind of double dipping. Like you're getting bigger shields and you're getting more damage at the price of not having as powerful of actives. So I hope that answered it, Annie. If you have any other questions about me, just let me know. I'm happy to answer anything for you. I can't remember if you're a previous viewer or a fully new viewer, but yeah. If Lucian would have been closer, I think I could have done something, but he got Dragon up. Okay. Oh, never mind. He's still here. He saw me, but maybe he'll think I backed. I don't know if I have enough mana. It's very close. Yeah, I'm kind of low on mana. That is one thing, is this build is pretty low mana if you stay out for a very long time, which you shouldn't have to because you have Moby Boots, which gives you much better back timings. All of the components are pretty good for this too, honestly. This Riven's so, like, salty. It's like, dude, just chill and get carried, man. Like, everyone else is rocking on the team. And I don't usually look like I'm 40 either, or 50 with my hair. I need a haircut. My wife's reminding me of that every day. Get a haircut. Sounds like this dude from high school is like a hater that I had this long, luscious hair in high school. Like, get a haircut, man. He's like bald when he was 15 or something. I don't know. He's a hair hater. My wife like really likes me having hair. It's just she just has this thing with the 90s, man. I don't know, just like that longer hair but kind of split. Figure they probably wouldn't have it worded this early for Baron. That was maybe a bad call. I should just use it in the side bushes right now. Really? Is that worded or is he just guessing? It's actually worded. Okay. Shit. Fucking hell, I'm gonna die.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Killing spree. Your team has destroyed a turret.
I thought Rengar was gonna get me for sure. Let's go back and get some more awards. You have a fro. Hell yeah. Yeah, it's coming back into fashion. I can't go clear that until I get better control of the area.
Humans talk about their trees.
Well, it'd be cool if he, like, didn't show up there.
I will walk in. I will.
An enemy has been slain.
Zaya! Hey! Where is she? I hate it when she
An enemy has been slain.
Get baited, sir. You look like Einstein. They're pretty funny.
What humans call magic, we call life. You're only given a little spark of happiness. You mustn't lose it.
Shut down.
I don't want to lose.
Okay, they're thinking about Baron.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Dude, they're gonna do a desperation Baron, man. No, they're just gonna invade.
You'll never understand our kind until they hear the song. Ain't nothing I say should be taken seriously. That's why it's the truth. I'll just put that there. Good place. Oh. Without wild magic,
down.
we have no children. We have no future.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Free shit on us now. Shouldn't really be happening when we're dominating this hard. It's getting kind of lazy.
I'm getting impatient.
This has really, really nice build path, though. Like, every piece just feels very useful. No blasting wands, no just fairy charms or other random bullshit. Just straight up, just good items. Games are going a little bit longer, so that's more money. God, they're just literally just walking around our vision.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am here to entertain myself. And you too.
Okay. I guess they stopped my W. I just didn't see the knockup. Or whatever. Jace actually has quite a bit of damage. I should have respected that a little bit more. I mean, I think it was still pretty good for us, but...
I will make them dance. I will make them hear.
I probably should have just saved her. Just W'd in and then E'd back out. Yeah, because we keep turbo inting.
My love to hurt. I need the world to be
People don't understand that. Like, if you just keep running around inting, then the wards are going to fall because you don't have control of the area anymore. Like, wards are not free. Can we just get Baron?
An enemy has been slain.
I mean, I guess we just have Soul coming up in a minute. We can just play around Soul. Maybe that's safer, because if they like int and still Soul, then we get like Inhibitor. So, yeah, bait it, bait it, bait it. Wow. What? The hell was that noise?
I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to scout around. I've been kicked around since I was a kid. It's all right.
Shit.
It's okay. Staying alive.
Might have been a little too ham.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Yeah, that was dumb.
I got freedom. I got a lady. I got a dog.
Prowler's Claw, they did just nerf it, but it is still pretty good. Yeah. So look how big this shield is on me right now. Just this personal, like, my passive. Riven just keeps getting caught over and over and over.
An ally has been slain.
I dig seeing.
It's like, dude, how many times are they going to kill you in top lane? I don't know. I'm trying it out, Chow. It seems really good so far.
Killing spree.
The universe loves me.
It's kind of the whole package. It's not just Proto Bell. It's kind of a return to mobility boots. And then going for this other item with it. Feels like a pretty good combo.
Claim it is theirs. They fence us away and cover it in refuse.
We need to pressure like Baron or something. I don't know.
Let's see what's happening now.
Rampage.
We don't have Kha'Zix.
Get myself hyped. Okay. 1, 2, 1, 2. Woo! All right.
Okay, now we can do it.
I feel like my allies aren't recognizing how
Shit, I think they saw me off of that ward, but I don't think they're gonna do anything about it. Ezreal could ult it, but he doesn't have anything like... No, he's not doing it. Okay. No, but it actually is larger, right? Like, it gains a 400 shield. I mean, you're right that when your health is low, the shield looks bigger, but it looks a lot bigger than usual because it's huge. Like,
fun. I need some fun. Now.
but, I mean, these items just objectively have a lot more AP than what I usually build, so...
Remember my name.
But you are right that visually, when you have less health, it does look bigger.
They think they can catch me.
Been watching the 1v2. I've watched you die 6 times. Have like 50% of the deaths on our team.
I'm not about killing, but I'll put in the work. They've never seen moves like this.
Got him.
A summoner has disconnected.
Got him.
Victory.
Go for the Chad look here. Go from Brad to Chad. I don't think this is what Chads look like these days. Maybe they're back to it. It is nice. Jump in there and just blow the shit out of people. The Surfer Bro. Now, instantly remove 10 years off of your look. Just swoop your hair across instead of parting it. Starting to get a little bit of gray in my beard though. I gotta shave that. I'm gonna pull this off. I gotta shave that. First item Death Cap Rush just doesn't make any sense. You need other items with it. I mean, it wouldn't be bad as a third item, but it'd have to be like an hour-long game. And that's another thing too, is like the games are extending to be a little bit longer. So that gives you a bit more time to complete some items, and honestly, usually you only have 2 items completed anyways. And it's like the components are so good on that second item, just getting more ability haste, like Kindle Gem and Fiendish Codex are both just really solid, like 800 gold items. Feel a lot better than Forbidden Idol. Forbidden Item just feels like absolute garbage most of the time. It doesn't have any ability haste on it. Doesn't have any ability power on it. They just nerfed the shit out of it, as I talked about in the preseason. So, like, when you don't go for, you know, like Redemption or Ardent Censer or Staff of Flowing Water, when you can just, like, cut out the Forbidden Idols, your build just feels so much better. Like, every piece of this build feels nice. The blasting wand on the Proto Belt is kind of goofy. I don't know. They just didn't want it to be you know, have all the good stats. That's what they're trying to do this season. They're trying to make sure that no item has, like, every stat that a champion would want. That's why they've developed items like Stride Breaker and Gore Drinker, you know, to try to balance out the items so that you can't have multiple good stats on the same item. You have to choose which stats do you want and which stats do you not want. So that's why they developed Stride Breaker, Gore Drinker, Kraken, you know, a lot of those types of things. So that people have to pick and choose which stats they want. Surprised I was able to say that with a straight face. I don't know, man. They just, like, decided to fuck over enchanters with Forbidden Idol for some reason and create all these other, like, ridiculous items. Yeah, what did they give Moonstone anyways? Did they give it AP? I can't even remember. The AP ones are the best, I think, for a lot of supports. The plus 15 AP is really good bonus. But again, you're not completing that many items as support, typically, so... You can get Mage Eyes. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, that's kind of weird. Well, I'm gonna keep rolling. His Blind Pig. I mean, I've not just been winning these games, I've been dominating, like, with this build. A lot of these games. I don't think I've had a bad game yet. I probably will this time after saying something, but... I've had like a 9.5 KDA over these last few games. I've played a couple on the other account too. Actually, I guess I haven't. I thought I played more games than that with AP Rakan. Maybe I didn't. I don't really like Jace. If this guy's really good on him, it can work. Does it count? I think it does count. I think you're right. The item where you have to be level 13 and you get the extra control wards does count. And the 4 ward item does like absolutely count as legendary when you complete it. Your normal warding item that gives you gold counts, and I think the box counts too. I don't know. I go back and forth about like this guy play Jace, sort of, kind of. What do we get? ADC 38%. I guess maybe we have enough damage to blow him up before Yuumi can do much. Hopefully. I guess that's fine. We can just roam too. They can't really, they shouldn't be able to threaten Kai'Sa that much. I guess Ezreal can E forward and Yuumi can ult if I'm not in lane, and maybe they can get Kai'Sa. So some of the items, it has been cool. I feel like some characters there has been a lot more diversity and it has been good. I don't think enchanters were, I think enchanters were nerfed in terms of item diversity for the most part. It's been like most of the time there's been one dominant mythic, maybe two. And some items, like there were, I feel like there were just more choices before what? Because you could open with Athenes, Zeke's. I'm trying to remember. Those are like Rakan things. Then you could get Redemption, Ardent Censer, Locket. I feel like there were more combinations. Right now, and you get, I feel like you got more items because they were cheaper. Like you would typically get 3 items in a lot of games, plus your ward item. Now it feels like a lot of times you're getting 2. I talked about this way earlier in the season when I was kind of analyzing it, but it feels like you get 2, maybe 3. You get 4, maybe 5. Yeah, I don't know why they got rid of Athenes. It wasn't really like a balance problem. It was a cool item. I thought it was pretty, like, fair. Create some interesting choices. Like, the items that are powerful, it doesn't feel like they're as interesting. Oh, and you had Shirelia's, too. So, yeah, I mean, there are, like, legit, on most champs, at least 2 or 3 items you could open with. And then there were 2 or 3 other items. You had Mikhail's also. Like, there were just so many combinations of things. Yeah, a lot of the times you were probably going Zeke's into, you know, Ardent Censer, Redemption, or something like that on Rakan. But there were just more options, I feel like. Now, other roles, like AD carries, I think it did help them out with some options. Obviously, bruisers, it helped them out. So, a lot of roles, I think it probably did. I just think that, like, support was not one of them. Because support was already in a really good place. Support and, like, lethality assassins were already in a good place.
Hey, what you doing?
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of overly complicated. They tried to simplify some of the items. Zeke's was that way too. So they tried to simplify it a little bit. Which is fine. We probably should not have lost priority, but...
I don't need to defend you, man. I trust my
Yumi is annoying. I think it was good for some class. I think it was good for ADCs, like I said. But yeah, for supports, it kind of feels bad. I kind of like... It just feels like once you're building a certain path with a lot of champs, you're kind of locked in to a certain sequence of events, but... I just want to keep doing stuff to get stacks.
I'm here. I'm gone.
I really, you know, the more I think about it, I really like the old mastery and rune system too. If you could just change your runes in the middle, like, I like that change. That you can change it in Summoner Q right now, and that they're free. But I really like that min-max. Like, there's so much more customization. I wish they would have just kept going with that and just balanced around that. Or you could have pre-made kits, but you could also change it. I think they're just kind of dumbing it down a little bit. I mean, obviously, as someone who likes to analyze a lot of stuff. Kaisa should have flashed on that. Yumi doesn't have flash, and she could not reattach for 5 seconds. She just, I guess, doesn't understand Yumi's mechanics. If you catch Yumi out like that, if you see Seer, she can't reattach for 5 seconds, so you really gotta go hard if you get it, and usually you can kill her. There's like nothing she can do. I mean, Ezreal's not gonna do shit like this early. I am going to be playing Vampire Coast pretty soon. Yeah, Vampire Coast can be one of the harder factions, potentially. Hopefully next week. I was going to do more this week, but I just decided to level up my priest and WoW. Oh yeah, the ability haste thing. Yeah, that probably wasn't great for supports either.
They ain't seen movies like mine.
I guess we'll just do it this way. Usually I like getting an Amp Tome first, but...
They ain't ready for what I'm bringing.
Might try to get Mobies a bit earlier. But yeah, I'm going to be doing Sartosa as my next campaign.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am here to entertain.
It's really hard for me to do more than 2 games, though, and Burning Crusade has just taken precedent over Warhammer recently, but once I get kind of raid logged, which I should be this week on Priest and Druid, then I should have more time to catch up. So I'm trying to race with the Priest to see if maybe... it's going to be hard to get... to be able to sneak into the raid next week as Priest, but possibly. I don't know if the main dude's gonna go for it or not either. Maybe if I'm in Karazhan, and do all right numbers wise. I don't know if I'm gonna go for it either. I mean, I'll see if my numbers are just way too low. Maybe not, but yes, 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 go, kill her ass. All right. We have, I guess, LeBlanc. LeBlanc Lee could be here, I suppose.
No children, we have no future.
Alright.
First blood.
Fucking hell. What the fuck? He still had his jump? Dude. No fucking way. He's dead, right? Oh my god. Why would Jace TP into that? It was so late. Kaisa should have run immediately also. If Kaisa would have run up there immediately instead of effing around with them in lane, if she would have started running when I did, we could have beat them there and we could have turned that around. What do you mean grow up? Like, I don't know. Like, what? That's a factual statement. That's not like, I mean, maybe that he's mad. He could say grow up, but like, it doesn't change the fact that he's right. I mean, Kassadin is pretty garbage until late game. Like, that's not incorrect, but it was really the Kaisa who fucked that up, in my opinion. Maybe I should have just abandoned Kaisa. I thought they were gonna turn on her and kill her in lane as soon as I left, though, because she didn't go with me. I mean, it's still winnable. Really, like, it was fine until Jace TP'd down, then that's when it got really bad. Like, I don't think Gwen... Does Gwen have any way to interrupt Jace's TP? So I don't understand why Jace took so long. He was like 10 seconds too late on that TP. And then it just kind of baited everyone else into going in. She's going a little hard. On the executioners. Like, this is really, really early executioners, but I guess. I don't know that it's always winnable. I'm not one of the, like, never surrender, but I think that people do surrender too much. But this is winnable. For now. As of this moment, it appears as though it's winnable. Well, sometimes you can't wait for 6 items. If he E's forward, I think we can kill him, but...
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
The problem is, Jace is pretty horrible late game, and he just, like, killed his early game with that teleport. Like, he got so far behind off of that.
Killing spree.
Humans claim it is theirs. They fence us away, cover it in refuse.
Did he E forward? I didn't see if he E'd forward or not. I don't think he did. He may have.
Man, have you let your guard down?
Kaisa, dude, where's the ult? Like, she should have fucking ulted on that immediately.
Name one team.
An ally has been
Don't want to
slain.
miss the start of the party.
Should have been an ult in it. I don't know. I guess maybe with me having her ult up, maybe not. I don't know. But, like, I have Ignite. I think we could have beaten him.
Enemy killing spree.
Lord. These TPs are just so, like, bad, too. Well, it would have been fine if he did it like literally the moment that I hit the CC, but he waited like 5 seconds. And it just wasn't deep enough against like their comp.
An ally has been slain.
Kai'Sa was too far away, I think. Maybe I could have flashed it faster. I knew Lee was going to be there, obviously. But I thought as soon as I knocked her up, again, if Kai'Sa just R's in and then, like, isolation Q and just procs the passive and I ignite, I think Yumi just dies because she can't reattach.
I do not wish to kill the mortal.
I mean, she's made of paper, especially with Grievous.
Humans think that the belief in
Turret
something
plating
you have
will
to
soon
serious.
fall.
That's their problem.
I know, I did jinx it. Like, she hasn't gone hard once. I think I've caught Yumi like 3 times off of somebody. Okay, are we gonna go in? He has no mana. Kai'Sa, holy fuck, dude. Well, 43% Kai'Sa. Like, what happened there? I don't know. There has to be something she could have done there to get that extra damage. Did she use her W? Because I gave him 2 stacks with R plus W. Then her W would have given him 2 stacks, plus her Q would have triggered the passive. I don't know. Maybe she just didn't have enough juice. It feels like she should have, though. Maybe she got... Did she get exhausted? You've seen some Cassidans doing some stupid things? Well, I've seen that, too. I think you mean it in a positive way. That's not what I'm thinking of.
For humans, magic is
Really?
fire. For us,
Alright, well, whatever. I guess we'll just do it. I think we maybe could come back. It's going to be really hard, and if everyone's already mentally defeated, I don't want to be the person that holds everyone back.
Defeat.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we could have killed Yumi 2 or 3 times. It's like, you just can't... You just can't let her get away with that. Well, it's gonna happen. We weren't gonna go 50-0. Have all this shit I just never open up. The poor O piece to be in people. Oh, the piece. Yeah. I do like the emotes are kind of cool. Oh, I need to plug my phone in. Oh, I haven't seen the new Vampire Coast DLC. No, I'll have to check that out. When is that coming out? I mean, I guess I could just look it up. I'm kind of digging this build. I'm having fun with it. I think it is really good in general. Just kind of everybody failed. It was really that team fight in the jungle was pretty bad. Okay, July 14th. Okay, so I need to get back into it, and then I can get going on that DLC. Okay, so they get Tarox. What is that? Okay, so that's a new Legendary Lord. Okay, that's kind of an interesting locale. Beastmen are annoying AF to play against, but they are pretty fun to play as. They're like rogues, basically. Constantly moving around stealth, trying to jack people. New regiments of renown, Jabber Scythe. People have complained about this. I've never seen this thing, but I remember people complaining this wasn't in the game and it was one of the cooler Beastmen items. Is that it? Probably. Oh, the Bloodbrute Behemoth. They were actually pretty fun to play as. I've done probably 3 or 4 campaigns as them over the years. Like their moon system, they had some good strategic choices. Like they're pretty cool, but they're they work a little on the lackluster side as far as like their roster, but like their mechanics were cool. Who's the other one? That's the Fury. Beastmen, new Beastmen units, Regiments of Renown, Lizard. Oh, so there's a new Lizardman one? Dude, that's gonna be, isn't that like the 7th Legendary Lord for Lizardmen or something? I guess someone was gonna get a lot. I think all of the Total War Warhammer 2 factions have 6, right? Because they always do a Warhammer 2 and a Warhammer 1 faction. Or at least that's what the trend has been the last couple of years. Against Ziggs, I guess we'll just go for Magic Resist. So Warhammer, probably, how often do they DLC? 3 times a year, 4 times a year maybe? They have different levels of DLC. So there's like the adding a new faction, which is a really big one. That's like maybe once a year, it feels like. Maybe twice a year. They've slowed down on that a lot because they're doing a lot of stuff. But yeah, the DLC where they just add in like Legendary Lords and some new stuff, it feels like that's probably, I would say 4 times a year. Maybe a little bit more. Sometimes they go through where they just like release a ton of crap like in a short order, and then sometimes it takes longer. But so sometimes there's a drought, but it's pretty cool. And there's like a good mod community too. Like I had been playing for a really long time the SFO mod. It's like used to be Steel Faith Overhaul. I kind of went away from that. Most people started requesting just normal. And I think normal balanced out and changed a lot of things that I did not like about the original. Most notably, they made it a lot easier to manage your public order. Basically, instead of just constantly being rebellion pinned into towns for like multiple turns where you just have to fight rebellions, they give you the option of just taking a big hit to your growth. and being able to stabilize at lower public order, which was nice. And I don't remember what else they did, but they did some other stuff that, like, the vanilla game's fine, but they definitely did some stuff to help it. And then SFO started going in some different directions, and I can't remember all the details, but I think SFO was actually making it easier. Like, it adds a lot more variety to the units, but one of the big draws originally when it came out was that it was supposed to be a lot harder than the normal game. Okay, so that has it like almost every month. About to part my hair back in the middle again because it keeps falling in my face. My hair's just like really thick and kind of heavy.
First blood.
I haven't seen a Pantheon in a while. Ziggs kind of has a hard time last hitting under tower, so if we can put him in tower, that'd be great.
I'm offended by how little attention I'm given.
Shit, is he just dead? Probably. Really?
Has been slain.
They want us in cages.
Has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Ally has
Damn.
been slain.
I tried to flash and get in an E range. It's kind of a fail.
At least that's the only part of the plan I remember. They've never seen moves like
What the hell?
Rampage.
Yeah, it's a really good. The thing is, like, it with those types of games, it can be very difficult to get into it if you're behind, right? If you haven't been playing it since the very beginning, it can feel expensive. Because you have to buy all the DLC. But they're pretty good about adding quite a lot of free stuff. I'm still level 2, by the way.
I don't want a world.
I guess kind of everybody's pretty far behind except for top lane. But they've been pretty good about adding like free stuff. They give out one free Lord every time they give out the DLC. And the Lord DLC is only like $8 or something, $10.
Rampage.
It's not that much. And it's like usually good quality. Like they added a new Lord, usually new mechanics, new units. They add quite a bit of shit. And then there is a sale where they'll give you, I think, like the first one bundled with the second one for pretty cheap. So when the third one comes out, I think it's in, what, the fall? When the third one comes out, they'll probably do a buy all 3 sale extravaganza or something.
An enemy has
They might even just give you the first one at that point for free.
unstoppable.
They might already give you the first one, I don't know. Like, with no DLCs, just the base races. But yeah, usually I think they have, like, Steam little discount packs and stuff.
Got to stop talking. Damn it, Zion, where are you?
It was very close. I maybe could have got him, but...
They think they can catch me. Humans talk.
Unstoppable.
Okay, so what we're talking about is Total War Warhammer. It's kind of like Civilization if you've never played it. It's kind of like Civilization meets StarCraft. It has live battles in it, but you build up armies beforehand using resources on a map, and you like manage cities and things like that. So not as detailed in the map on the map management side as something like Civ. Well, I don't know. It might be on par with Civ. Not as detailed as stuff like Paradox games, like Stellaris and Crusader Kings and that type of stuff. Ziggs is okay. He actually has a pretty good win rate bottom if you're good on him. The issue is a lot of people just don't have a lot of practice on him, and so they just don't play him correctly. He's extremely vulnerable if you get a hold of him. Should we just go buy?
An enemy has been slain.
Okay. Is she gonna go in on that?
They will see my dance. Then they will know magic's joy.
I'm pretty sure he's just dead. One more! Oh, he almost made it. If I went in, like, I 100% die, and maybe we get a kill, but... Holy shit! Dude, that kid's been... How does he have kills? I thought he was getting completely shit on. I thought he was, like, level 2 getting dumpstered, but somehow he, like, has 4 kills. Okay. I need to pay attention to the screen, because... I thought he was basically out of the game.
For us, it is water.
And he's actually kind of strong. Yeah, Zen is extremely good. They buffed him a couple of patches ago. What the fuck?
I'm gonna burn this place down,
Dude, he just chomped him for like 400 damage.
so I can burn it again.
Oh, they had it warded. That's annoying. Really?
All right.
Chaos Dwarf. There are mods probably with Chaos Dwarfs, but have they been announced officially for Warhammer 3? If they haven't been announced officially, they're like 100% gonna be there eventually. It might be a DLC. I think they were rumored to be the DLC bonus or whatever. I'm not 6 yet because I lost experience on some of these roams. If Zen shows up, it could be a problem. God bless. He was out, man. All he had to do was just dodge. And just, like, try not to get engaged on. He can get out of that, by the way. If she tries to go in on him and he just E's at the same time she E's, it knocks her out of it. Like, it's pretty simple. Her E doesn't stun either at roots, so you can still cast your E even after she's hit you with her E and knock her out of it. Like, you have all day. Okay. I don't really know. I haven't been keeping up with the news, the Warhammer news lately. Oh, never mind. She left.
Mankind is blind.
An enemy has been slain. He has destroyed a turret. You have slain an enemy.
I need my love to hurt. I need to feel scary. I don't apologize for it. I feel good.
Shut down.
Wow. Oh, okay. I thought he killed him. He didn't. That was good. There's both. It's mostly PvE. I have a lot on the channel. If you want to check it out, there's dozens and dozens of campaign. I'm going to start a new one this week if you want to check it out too. And I try to do a pretty good job of... I don't explain like the literal fundamentals every single time I do a stream, but I explain quite a bit of my decision making, and I do have some videos that are literal like, here's how the game works. They're a little long, but you can just bump it up to like 2x speed and just watch it in chunks, like 15 minutes a day, and you'll get it. But usually you can just pick up and watch part of the campaign and get a pretty good understanding of what's going on. I don't just, you know, sit there silent and just go through the motions really quickly. But it's mostly PvE. There is a PvP scene, but the solo queue is pretty bad. Like, the matchmaking is pretty bad. Not a ton of people do it. And there's just a lot of ways to exploit it. Like, you get free dodges, basically, and it's just a bunch of bullshit. I did it when the game first came out, and it can be fun if you get good battles. The organized PvP is pretty good. Like, the tournaments that some of the content creators hold for it is pretty good. Because that's, you know, much more balanced. So, like, the stuff that Turin does is pretty cool.
Humans claim it is theirs. They fence us away, cover it with foes.
So, there is PvP. It is actually pretty decent. If it's the, like, tournament style, it's pretty decent. But the solo queue is pretty trash. Yeah, there's a lot of... It goes on sale pretty often, especially in the summer, so... I mean, it's more expensive than League. Well, depending on how many skins you buy, I guess, with League, but... But it is actually pretty cool. I feel bad that I haven't played it in a while. Like, a lot of people that are on my channel, like, were there for that game, you know. It's probably like 30% of the people or something were there, and I just haven't done a lot for them recently. So I'm gonna try to get back on that train. And there honestly aren't a ton of the WoW people yet. There are some people that enjoy WoW. But I don't think I have a ton of people that are like just WoW, you know, on the channel. And I suspected that would probably happen. That's why I haven't done stuff like that in so long, but I personally have fun playing it. It's just not, the design is not really, like, fantastic as kind of like a viewer thing. Unless it's like just for the personality of the person, you can make it interesting. But so much of WoW, I guess the arenas might be a little different, but a lot of WoW is just grinding, right? It's just killing a bunch of monsters or just doing the same raids and just hoping that you know, you get the drops that you want, and there are damage meters. World of Warcraft. There are damage meters, and, you know, there are certain mechanics where you can do really well in it, and it can be interesting. Like, I think the Magtheridon fight this week was pretty interesting. We died on it a lot. It took a while to clear it. But in general, it's just not... Holy shit, I could not move forever. What even... Oh, the Leona? What even CC hit me? Solar Flare, and then I ate the Zenith Blade and the Shield of Daybreak. Okay, so I got Leona comboed. Yeah, so it's cool, like, if you have, if you've already got a following, but it's really hard if you're just trying to solo it, because can be somewhat complicated, the raids. Like, people, it's not immediately obvious what they're watching a lot of times. I mean, WoW isn't either, but, and it's not PvP, right? It's PvE, so that can be a little challenging, but just the nature of it being potentially repetitive, you know, can be a little tougher. But I do enjoy playing it. I really like MMOs. I really want to try FF14, but I need to make some progress on my dissertation. Oh, did it? What did he think? I'm going to have to go back and watch it. People were talking about it. Like, Asmongold makes it work, but he's like the most old school, or one of the most old school, like, biggest WoW streamers. Wow, he made like the Google front page. Give me a minor spoiler. What did he think? I've heard it's kind of bad early, but I liked the role-playing games. I like the original games. Like FF14. Oh, okay, gotcha. So people have complained it takes a while to get into it. There are a lot of cinematic cutscenes and stuff like that. It's like, I love that shit. Just as a player, I would like to care about the story. I really don't give a shit about WoW's story, to be honest. I don't even know most of it. Some of it's kind of cool, but I think the lore, at least as it's expressed in the early games for sure, is, like, there are some things that are pretty cool, but it's not like, the graphics are stylized, they're okay, but they're not fantastic. The music is okay, but it's not fantastic. Like, the aesthetic, I think I would much rather have the FF14 aesthetic. Like, WoW's not bad, but I've heard that Final Fantasy XIV's story is great. And it's the same company that made the original games, and those stories were great too. Those, like, Final Fantasy VII and Final Fantasy VI, 3, as it was released in North America, are probably two of my favorite, if not my two favorite, like, old school games, right, from the SNES and PlayStation 1. So good. At least I loved them a lot as a kid, and I think they're probably still going to be great. I mean, they're not going to rival, like, Daniel Deronda or War and Peace, or, you know, as far as, like, yeah, you know, maybe they do. But as far as, like, you know, video game stories and stuff, there are several games that have really good stories. Like, I like the Witcher story, was great too. But it should be up there. That's the one thing everybody says. It's very good. Very good story. It's just a lot of people just don't give a shit, you know, about a story. But especially in a role-playing game, I don't know. I really want to try it out. I've been wanting to try it out for years. I just haven't had an excuse to do it. It'd be really cool if my daughter could play that with me, but I think she's still a little young for it, probably. I think one day she'll be playing some games with me.
There's wildness in the bees and the flowers. It's just a fury humans.
Yeah, I might try FF14. I'm about to be raid logged. I'm leveling up my priest to maybe see if I can get into the raids as priest. I asked Smuzzy, our guild leader, if I could raid the early raid as, like, druid and then the later raid as priest. And he said he didn't want the later raid, like, you know, didn't want any complications or bad feelings, like, if we take longer on our raid and they have to wait on us, if we go like 30 minutes over time on progression, and I mean, he's right about that. That would be annoying, but if they're having a hard time finding people anyways, he said he'd rather they just you know, recruit people, which makes sense. But I might even try raiding like with one of them on a different with a different guild or pugging it if we can't find a spot in our guild, if I want to try to raid both of them. But raiding both of them could be a little much. The consumables actually don't take me that long to do because I'm an alchemist, so I wouldn't mind using consumes. I already basically give Smuzzy all of his consumes. Probably didn't need to ignite there, but yeah, I'm trying to see if I can get that geared. We've kind of had a shortage of priests lately, and no hate on the priests we have had, but we've had some issues, like stuff not getting dispelled fast enough. Just nobody's using like Power Word Shield or Prayer of Mending, or, you know, all of these tools that are like really good versus some of these mechanics. We had, like, on Magtheridon, like, Smuzzy eating full-length, like, 10-second fears, not getting dispelled. We had, like, 3 paladins in there and a priest or something. It's like, that should never happen. It should be instant, virtually, if someone gets CC'd and you're in range. It has a little icon, like, on the raid frames. On the standard Blizzard raid frames, there's an icon if there's something that's dispellable. I don't know. I don't get it. And the numbers have just been, like, super low also, which, I mean, druids are exceptionally good healers, but just looking at the raid logs and stuff, like, a lot of the top-end healers are priests. It's like druids and priests are both very good. So I'm not really sure. And we already have, like, in our 25-man, we have 2 other druids, right? We've got Ivern and we've got Marijuana, or whatever his name is, Marijuanas or something. So having a little diversity would be good, and especially later on, I think in like tier 6, you really want at least 1 priest in the Circle of Healing. Druids aren't, like, bad at AoE healing. Shamans are obviously good if they get to plant their feet and keep healing. But some of those fights I've heard. I did not do a lot of Hyjal, BT, and Sunwell. I did 1 night of BT, and I only saw, like, 2 bosses. So it's going to be fun to get up there. But it would just help out with our diversity, I feel, a little bit, if I was priest. If it works. If I just can't put the HPS out, if it's just a lot weaker or it's just not as fun to play or whatever, then I could just go back to Druid. I mean, my Druid is basically maxed. Like, there are some items, there are, I think, 2 items. I need a cloak off of Prince, which is basically a side grade. Like, it has slightly better stats on it, with a little bit less plus healing and shielding. And then I feel like I got the ring this week, which was a minor upgrade, and I got the Teeth of Gruul, which is, like, pretty good. Again, it's, like, less healing but better stats. So I pretty much don't need any gear at all on my druid. So it'd be fun. It'd be, like, nice to do priest, at least in Karazhan. Like, in 25-mans, I wouldn't need any gear on my priest really either. I would just need the Teeth of Gruul again. That's kind of it as far as mag goes. Mag and Gruul, I just don't need gear. Like, if you just buy the tailoring set, which I think the vast majority of the time is better than tier 4, then you just don't need the gear. A lot of your gear, a lot of the gear that you do need comes from Karazhan, which, because it's only 10 people in there, it's a lot faster to gear up, and so we can see. So the build I'm going with Rakan is Moby Proto Cosmic. Yes. It feels pretty good. Like, I feel like I actually have an early game now. Like, I can kill them in lane, and I think we have been dominating lane. FF14's on PC 100%. And I think it's on PlayStation for sure. I don't know if it's on Xbox, probably, which is kind of weird. But I guess with like tab targeting, you can do it. I mean, you can. It does it. But yeah, I'm PC Master Race all the way. But I really thought about getting my daughter a gaming console, like a Wii or something, or whatever the Switch, whatever the hell the newest Nintendo one is. But she already has a bunch of free games that she really enjoys on the iPad. Just like almost infinite free games. Through like the Sesame Street app and like these other learning apps. Square has like always been sort of sweethearts with PlayStation. Since like the PlayStation 1. So like all of the Final Fantasies I think have been PlayStation exclusives. I'm like 99% sure they've been PlayStation exclusives. Now I think now on PC they're allowing PC now, and I think they are. I would really like to play through the new Final Fantasy VII as well if it ever gets released on PC. I don't know if it is or not, but I'd probably rather, if I have to choose one, FF14 or the 7 remake. I guess I'd do 14 because at least it's MMO. It's not just straight up single player. Skinks are so awful. I hope they do something new with Skinks though. They got like a second Skink Lord. Just looking at the Warhammer thing here. I mean, they're like okay, but they're just... It's hard to make a whole like... I mean, the Skink guy, I guess, does give a lot of bonuses and stuff. They're cool with the little blow darts and stuff. It just feels like they just get wrecked late game. Which, I mean, I guess if that's how you're supposed to go, you know, just early game bum rush, but they're not even like that hard dominant early. I feel like Lizardmen, it's just most of the time just all about the dinosaurs. Like they just have they have a lot of beasts and a lot of upgrades for beasts. Like Croxagores are okay, but like Saurus are pretty good. Or I mean they have some stuff going on, but it's basically just like an entire roster of large monsters with some support units and some early game like fodder. Saurus are pretty good early game like infantry, but the Skinks are not as much. I guess we'll just do Rakan again. I'm digging this build. It's fun, blowing people up, winning a lot. I've been trying to do some more diversity on stream, but this is like a diverse build. I think it's more interesting when I can just delete people and play more aggressive. But yeah, I'm not sure if FF14 is gonna be on Xbox. Like, they're probably okay with it being on PC, because that's the traditional MMO market. And I don't think PC competes with console as much as, like, console competes with console, if that makes sense. So, like, if they are buddy-buddy with Sony, which they are, and they've been loyal to them for decades at this point, like, almost 30 years, Sony would probably be more cool with them going PC than going to Xbox, because Xbox is a direct competitor. But I feel like most people who game on PC don't game as much on consoles and vice versa. I feel like a lot of people, you pick one. Is this guy actually good on Yasuo? I think this can work, but we have to be extremely careful. Because like Twitch Lulu is... Holy shit, no games on Yasuo? Hold up. Okay, that's a dodge. No, I'm not gonna lose games while you learn Yasuo. If he was like 60% one-trick Yasuo or something, I'd be cool with it. But he's just like doesn't give a shit about this account, I feel like, at this point. It's like 33% overall. I know my win rate's not stellar, but I feel like he's just YOLO. Yeah, exactly. That's what I think. Most PC people don't console. There are some people who switch back and forth, but it's different crowds. So that's why I think they're more okay with having multi-platform, but still keeping it PlayStation exclusive. I could never go back, probably. I don't know, like, controller games are okay, but I'm just so used to mouse and keypad and so spoiled, like having my second monitor and stuff over here now. Shout out to Dylan for buying that for me back in the day. He donated for it. Long time supporter of the channel, although we haven't... I've seen him, like... on sometimes on League. He just hasn't come into the channel. Or he hasn't said anything. So hopefully we'll get him back. He comes back like once a year and hangs out. Usually at the beginning of a season, you know, get some coaching sessions and push and try to do pretty well. He did get back to gold, I think. So that's good. But yeah, he's on right now. Hopefully he's winning that game. Give a shout out to some OG. They've been logging on to League a bit more. I always like to give some of my longtime supporters a shout out. Holy shit, this dude's back. Dynasty? Dude, I haven't seen him in forever. We were flexing with... I thought he might have like literally died. I was hoping not in COVID, but he just like vanished. We were doing flex with him earlier. And he got a coaching session. He's just a really cool guy. We played with him a lot, and then it's just like out of nowhere, he just like just stopped playing League cold turkey. Just gone. So I was like, oh shit, what happened? No explanation, no nothing, just gone. Yeah, I just kind of don't want to buy a console and then I have to go use a TV. I mean, our TVs are kind of old and not that great because, like, my wife and I don't use TVs. She just always watches stuff on her phone, usually, or a tablet. And I just watch stuff on my PC. I guess our TV's not like that bad. I think we got it maybe like 5 years ago. But usually Rory is watching stuff on the TV. So we've got like 2 TVs, I think, that are in our different entertainment areas in the house. One, I'm not even sure if it works anymore. Honestly, it was acting squirrely before. And then the one in the living room, Rory's just always using it. If you try to watch anything on it and she's awake, she'll like come over and force you to turn it to something that she wants to watch. At least a lot of times, or she won't. Yeah, obviously she can't force you, but she will make a fuss until you do. Hey, what's up, Bradley? Good to see you, man. Yeah, glad you're doing well. Yeah, I mean, you probably heard me just talking about you. Yeah. So I was glad to see you because, you know, we had played a lot and then he just disappeared. And I was like, I hope we didn't get COVID and die. Hopefully he's just playing something else. But, yeah. I could definitely see taking a little break from League. I'm still just going to go Rakan. Like, Lulu is very good with Twitch, but they have 1 assassin. And if they go 2 assassins and I go Lulu, like, Lulu's still pretty good against assassins, but Rakan's just the king, in my opinion, of solo queue dealing with assassins as a support. Oh, okay. Just making sure you finish the last semester strong. That's a good idea. I've got to do that now, because I have to finish my... Oh, Lord. Now they get Lulu Twitch? Ugh. No, don't say it isn't so. Yes, something else. Okay, good. Because I've got to try to get my dissertation done this year. So I am taking a little bit less class. Instead of teaching 5 in the fall, I'm only teaching 3. So I should have a little bit more time. And I've got this huge ass break, which at first I wasn't a big fan of. Like, I've got an 8 a.m. class, and then my next class is not until like 2. So I'm like, what the fuck, man? They had me originally scheduled for an additional 11 o'clock class, but I had to give that up to a professor whose class didn't fill, which sucks, but it makes sense. I get it, why they do that. He's higher rank. No, I'm getting PhD. I've been working on a PhD for almost 10 years. Literally. I started my PhD in 2012. Okay, so what do we... Oh, someone dodged? The fuck? Okay. I thought their team comp. Oh, I guess Gwen jungle's kind of bad, so we may have gotten okay with it. Basically, I mean, I was kind of on track for the little bit. Like, I got the first two. I got all my coursework done on time, and then I was a year late on my exams because of just political bullshit in the department. Not like literal like Democrat versus Republican type of stuff, but like just drama. I was a year late, and then I was so burned out after finishing my exams in 2015 that I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna take a couple months off, and then I'm gonna get back on the wagon. 6 years later, have not gotten back on the wagon. Incidentally, got myself a new PC and then started the channel 5 months after I finished my exams. And then my time kind of disappeared. But I can do it. It's just I'm going to have to modify like what I originally wanted to do quite a lot, and I just haven't been sure like how to do that. The thing is, I'm fairly comfortable in my life. It's hard to get motivated to do stuff. Yeah, I've played Throt. Throt's really cool. I've got 2 campaigns if you want to check them out, Jacob. Sorry to hear that, Chow. Hopefully it recovers. They're changing high school English in most places where you have to have a master's now. I think for a very long time, yeah, you could just do a bachelor's. Yeah, but now it's becoming more and more like you can get hired if they really need you. Like in my state, at least, with undergrad, but most people have masters, and they are more and more pushing for people to have masters. But yeah, historically, you major in your subject. At least at the universities I've been at, you major in your subject, and then you get like either a minor, or as part of the major, you do teaching classes as well. For at least for high school. So if you want to teach high school English, you basically need to be an English major at the undergrad level and do extra stuff to be a teacher on top of that. If it's like middle school or elementary school, you have to be like more generalized. So you have to be able to teach all the subjects, at least in elementary school. So that's its own special kind of major. Yeah. First pick, blind pick. Guess we're just for con. But yeah, I was just kind of burned out after my exams. I just wasn't really sure how I was going to approach my dissertation because so many people, like, I was just so disenchanted. Like, I spent so long creating this, like, list. Basically, I had to create my own reading list, but they had to check off on it, and they wouldn't tell me exactly what they wanted. So I had to do, like, 15 different drafts of this reading list of 75 books. Like most schools, for a PhD in English, you just basically take a standardized exam that is on your time period. So if you're doing 19th century Brit Lit, which is what I did, you'd have a list of like 200 books, and then you would take take a written exam at least 2 hours long, and then you'd get grilled about your exam for another 2 hours, like an oral defense, and then that's it. But at the school I went to, they marketed it as, well, you only do 75 books and you get to pick them. So they were trying to say it was like, okay, it's very specialized, and you're basically going to have a head start on your dissertation because you'll already have all this like research that is directly relevant to what you want to do. You don't have to look at all this stuff that you're not interested in researching to pass this exam. And so I was like, oh, awesome, because I want to do such a weird thing, rhetorical representations of Buddhism in 19th century Victorian colonial literature most of the time. And I was like, yeah, because I'm doing weird shit, like, this makes sense. I can kind of get a head start on it. But the thing that I really didn't understand and underestimated is the people on my committee aren't going to know anything about that weird shit most of the time because it's so, like, obscure. And that's what original research is. It's obscure. Like, most people probably haven't done it. That's why it's original. Haven't done much of it. It's related to other stuff. It's related to colonial literature. It's related to these other things. So it's not so far off in left field. There's no conversation about it. but a lot of people just had not read that. And at my master's school, they were cool with that, with doing weird stuff, because like their answer to that was basically, well, tell me about it. You tell me why this is relevant. Why is this useful to know? How does it connect with other conversations? So they were much more cool with me doing weird stuff if I can just break it down and explain it to them, and then they just ask questions. They're like, okay, well, you said this and this. Explain that a little bit more. What do you mean by universal compassion here? What do you mean by challenged colonial infrastructure here? And so they just did it through kind of like a Socratic method, right? Just asking questions and having me answer them in a satisfactory way, and just keep asking me more questions. I think that's the best way to do it, education-wise. And you're forcing me to create the narrative and justify why it's useful. Seems like a no-brainer. That's like just good education. But at the school I was at, they really wanted to already like know the material. They wanted to be like fluent in whatever material I was doing, or they just didn't feel comfortable. So if they haven't read it, they really did not want me to read it. So they kept pushing me to read stuff they've already read, which is not, it's like, it's not that it's not good books, it's just not what I was interested in. It's not what I wanted to research. It was not, I don't want to say like unoriginal, but it was just kind of more standardized type of stuff. And like, I understand that they want to make sure that they want to feel comfortable like examining me, right? And they just feel like, they just felt like they had to be a lot more in control, at least some people on my committee. And they really wanted to know like exactly what I was reading. And so that was really frustrating designing this list, because I had all this cool stuff in mind that I'd researched and said, hey, I want to read this book. I think it's, and I could justify it, but they're just like, we don't see enough here. And they wanted very heavily focus on critical theory, because critical theory, in theory, is universal. You can apply it to any text. You can always read it through a certain lens. And critical theory is very useful to an extent. But a lot of the argument I was most interested in are historical arguments, looking at journals, looking at newspapers, letters, correspondence, looking at some like underappreciated novels, you know. Okay, we got his exhaust. Rather than the theory, but the theory was what they're much more comfortable with. So basically my exam, pretty much, they told me it was going to be these 75 books. I had to go through like 15 different iterations of that list to get it to a point where they were okay with it. Dude, what the fuck? We're out of cooldowns, man.
You have to be serious about it. That's their problem.
We were in their minions, and I just did not have the cooldowns. So yeah, basically they told me, oh, you're going to be, you know, tested on all this crap, like these 75 books, most of which were their books they liked, not related to what I was going to do. Like, I'm never going to teach that in an undergrad class. You know, it was okay, but it was just like, it was so much more time consuming. It just felt like, I don't know. It felt almost just like a freak, like army, like just boot camp type of stuff, right? Like, write a passage, we're gonna make you read all this shit, like, you're gonna do it, and you're gonna love it, son, you know, that type of stuff. More so than, like, actually trying to help me get my degree and, all that. So, the exam ended up being, like, 80% critical theory, And I think they asked me about maybe 15 books out of the 75 books, and none of those were my specialty books that were going to be useful for my PhD or for my dissertation. So it was just really frustrating that it took me like an extra year and a half to play this little like game with this reading list, and then it ended up just not even being useful, and it just felt like I just kind of got punked the whole time, and so I was just kind of burnt out on it. But I need to finish the degree, and I mean, to be honest, at this point, at the time, I had these aspirations of wanting to like try to be a tenure track professor and all this, and then I just decided, you know, did she not trigger the reset? Dude, don't take the tower shot. Okay. And I, you know, along the way, I just decided after spending so much time there and talking with my wife, and we just really wanted to move back here. It's like, you know what? I'm just going to be a lecturer. That's cool. The university I'm currently teaching at is like really good to its lectures. So I was just lost my motivation. I'm like, was just burned out from exams. Got really comfortable kind of with where I was. Lowered my expectations, my bar. Didn't want to be tenure anymore. So pretty much I'm just happy doing what I'm doing. It's really good. I just want a little bit better job security. Maybe a slight bump in pay, and that's it. So I'm no longer would be doing it, you know, to do this great research project or to like go into this super competitive, you know, job market and stuff like that anymore. You know, with the tenure, it's just like 1,500 hours just to get a little bit better job security, which I mean is cool. That's why a lot of people get their degrees anyways. It's just like for English, the whole thing that drove me to wanting to do it the whole time was liking teaching, but also really liking the research and having fun with it. And that part just kind of got deleted. It's like when you're going to be a lawyer or something, it's like, you know, you're signing up like for, like, you may not love the research, but you're going to be like this practical lawyer type of thing, and you can't really do it unless you... So I don't know. It's hard to describe. Hey, what's up, Mr. Origami? But the bottom line is I need to get shit done. They've been really nice about it. They've given me a ton of extensions on it, and I just need to finish it. And I think I found a way to maybe make it interesting and keep it real. Well, yeah, no shit, dude. Obviously. Alright, I'm gonna get the alternator.
I don't want to war.
I could get Moby's here, but that alternator's so much extra damage early.
I don't need anything but the right man.
An ally has been slain.
Nice.
An ally has been slain.
Were we fighting for Dragon? Why are we fighting? There's not even any drag timer. Yeah, I don't know why we started World War III in the river. Damn it, Kaisa got a kill off that. I feel like it's a bait. Okay, she is 6. I'm not 6, but she is. They're 5. She has a pretty strong level 6. So anyways, I need to get on it, but I think now, since they're so into theory and a lot of it's kind of gender theory stuff, I can look at how the East affected sort of ideas about masculinity in a couple of key writers. Whoa, 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 shit. He just randomly walks forward. Okay.
I will make them dance. I will make them hear.
Yeah, it was just much more political at my PhD. At least with some people. I mean, in the sense that they just really wanted you to write about their subject matter. And I mean, like, I get it to some extent. Like, yeah, we don't know where they are. This could be bad. Like, they want to prepare me for the job market if you're going to try to get a PhD, if you're trying to go be tenure.
An ally has been slain.
God, that's warded. They have wards everywhere, man. Huh. Fiendish Codex, eh? God, there's so many control wards. Well, I don't want to start like a gender debate or whatever. I'm just saying, like, I'm not opposed to that kind of stuff. It just has not, traditionally was not the thing that was interesting to me. But as far as like PhD research, but if I can combine that with ideas about Buddhism and probably Confucianism, okay.
There's wildness.
I think they just backed. I don't.
It's just a few.
Dude, that alternator just kicks ass, man. It's so much damage early.
I am definitely more confident in dangerous situations.
But yeah, so if I can combine those, I know Confucianism sounds really weird and I wanted to keep it to Buddhism, but they really want me to bring it into the modernist period. So like the early 20th century instead of late 19th, which is a big difference in terms of
They've never seen
types of
like
literature and ideas in general in the humanities.
An ally has been slain.
Okay, Rakan. Get him watched. Burn him.
I thought she didn't have flash. I guess I could have waited a little bit longer. But that's this person that I want to be the head of my committee now.
Love is supposed to hurt.
That's just her specialty, and I just want to do whatever the hell is going to get me out of there, honestly. And I've already written about Ezra Pound, who was really big on Confucianism. It's a super obvious point in his thinking. He talks about it a ton. Just wildly influential. So there's no stretch there. It's super obvious. Just add a little bit of extra spin on it.
A lot of words to tell the truth.
Let's add a little sprinkle of extra. And then try to combine that, you know, thinking about Buddhism as well. So it starts to get a little murky in my mind, but that's kind of what they were saying they wanted me to do. Is Buddhism in the 19th century was very specifically connected with Sri Lanka. So it had a very specific geography, specific ideas, but if I broaden it out and talk about Confucianism, and even talking about Buddhism there, that's going to bring in China, which is very different than Sri Lanka, both in terms of how England thought about them, how Britain thought about them at the time, and
Dance because I'm free.
even the style of Buddhism there, Mahayana instead of Theravada. It's just very different, but I think that'll put me a lot closer to what they're interested in. It would have the masculinity, so it'd have some ideas about gender theory there.
I'm here.
Really? God, if Warwick would have just run there faster. Warwick was just so freaking late on that. All he had to do was go there faster, and we could have had him. Get miffed. Nah, it's probably not a good strategy. But we'll see. So I think I can do it. It's going to be a little different than what I wanted to do. And I'll be perfectly honest with you, I'm not as big of a fan of modernist stuff. At least I wasn't at the time. I don't know. Maybe now that I've studied critical theory a little bit more, it'll be better. But like, I just do not like stuff like Pound and Joyce as much as I like George Eliot and Dickens.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
They want us in.
Let's just hold on to it. I really want a blasting wand, but I'm gonna have to roam.
An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
If Zaya says someone has to die, they die.
I can't do what I want because the committee's not gonna be cool with that. They just don't know enough about it, and
Open your eyes.
basically I'm trying to get the 19th century person to where they're not on my committee anymore, so I'm having to move into 20th because we just disagree on too many things. They're just philosophically just too different. So it's just gonna be a pain in the ass. Can we kill him? He's just gonna ult out. Okay, yeah. Jump in. But, I mean, that's kind of how everybody is. Everybody, you know, most PhD students have to make severe adjustments to what they want to do, and then eventually just do whatever the hell their committee tells them to do. She's leaning on that side, which makes me think something in here is probably warded. Or they're just invading.
An enemy is
Fucking hell.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am here to entertain. But you too.
Okay. Just waited a little bit longer to bait the Gwen. That's something I've been trying to work on, is just being a little more patient.
The mortals. I want them to hear the music.
Why I support Nautilus have Zhonya's? I don't know. Maybe it's a Nautilus. Was this from the other game, or is this the same game? I can't remember. It all blends together. There was a Nautilus that was getting AP earlier.
I am not blind to any possibility.
I think this is warded, isn't it? Something's warded. Okay, maybe not.
Time to get it started.
Like, he knew we're there. I threw a Q at him. Why would you go face check that? Oh my god, dude, this Gwen. Okay, they're gonna get her though, I think. Jesus. Or Gwen. Oh my god, she's up 60 CS. The fuck?
They're scared of darkness. They're scared of magic. They are scared of where I'm from.
I mean, if I see Seer and we have enough damage, we might be able to kill her.
They ain't ready for what I'm bringing.
not killing him. Probably. Maybe if he ults. Okay, we got both ults. Yeah, we really need Fizz.
It's magic is wild. I'm just here for the party.
Shut down.
That's actually really, I didn't think of that. That's actually really, really nice for popping Banshees or like Malzahar. Dude, I'm so low. Oh shit, they're on, oh my god. Really? Holy shit. Well. Well played, I guess.
Team has destroyed a turret.
That might, if we can get 2 towers off of that, that might be worth. I think we can get 2 towers. 2 towers plus 4 kills.
Name one.
Plus a wasted rift. I think that might be worth. It's close. Depends on what they get with the Baron, but...
If it don't get out of control, it ain't a party. Ain't nothing I'd say should be taken seriously. That's why it's the truth. Magic is the wilderness. Let's see what's happening now.
Yeah, Warhammer, I'm not like super well versed on Warhammer lore, but it is pretty cool.
Feel good. Let's kick some ass. I dig seeing When I get sad, I stop being sad and be awesome instead. True story. I feel like my allies are ready.
Okay.
How amazing my cloak is. Serious. Rude.
Fuck.
I've been
She has to die. Like, why did she not die? I think we should have just done Dragon. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, he's trying to steal it? Oh, did he get it? No, he got a smite at it, but... Yeah, I guess I didn't get CC'd. I don't know. I thought that Triss died with her ult. She should have ulted the Kai'Sa away.
Your turret has been destroyed.
I don't know. I knocked the CC off of him.
Woo! I am so into this. What is
I
that?
think it's winnable. We just have to kill her. It's hard because she does have Zhonya's. I have 2 different people with Zhonya's. And they have 2 like big AoE CCs. Even though that Nautilus build's like pretty troll.
Humans claim it is
Your
theirs.
turret has been destroyed.
Fence us away. Cover it in refuse. You're only given a little stuff.
Fizz is pretty fed. Like, Fizz should be able to kill her. The Scion's pretty worthless.
They will see my dance. Then they will know magic's joy.
Can we try to kill him? Okay, can we engage metal? Oh, we need fizz. Is this warded? Okay.
See me. They will see my dance.
Fucking hell. Well, I got his flash, I guess.
I dance because I'm free.
Missed the flash. It seems like a bad place to fight. No fucking way. She's dead, right? No! How the fuck did she get out of that? And everyone's just like inting into her right now. How did you not kill her? How did we not kill her? Like, why does Conquer still have healing, like, 2 years later? Honest to God, like, why is just the damage not enough? Why does it have to be, like, 15% healing, or whatever it is? Like, just get rid of it. People just have way too much free sustain.
I'm gonna take all they got, then laugh as I throw it away.
Like, I guess her Mythic is her only lifesteal item. Malzahar is such a pain in the ass. Yes, we should have given that to him. If Malzahar doesn't ult me there, I think we actually win the fight. But, like, why wouldn't he ult me? You know what I mean? Good. Press the attack is a much more balanced rune than Conquer is. I think there's just still too much free healing. It's just stupid. Like, you get Triumph. I know they've talked about it being dumb before. But you get Conquer, you get Triumph, you get, you can take Bloodline for extra sustain. And then in the Domination tree, like, Ravenous Hunter is still, like, okay. Taste of Blood. Like, she should not be able to heal herself up to full. I think part of her kit also heals her. And there are so many champs where it's like part of their kit also heals. Alright, we gotta go for this. But like, this item alone, plus just runes and random shit, she should not be able to heal up like her entire health bar off a wave. We don't have dude yet. Can we just beat him in a 5v5? I'm not even sure if we can honest to God beat him in a 5v5, maybe. Well, I peeled the Trist, but just the Warwick Scion just doesn't do shit. Tank's top are just bad right now, and Warwick feels pretty bad also. It's like an F-list bruiser. They had several fights where we could have won though, if we just killed Gwent. Like that time when she Zonya's in the middle of 4 people and didn't have flash and just like literally walked out. It's just so stupid. Like that should not happen. Yeah, Malphite's just one of the only ones that's like only tanks that's really like okay top lane just because he just has a press R. Yeah, there's just too much sustain. On a champ like that, like you shouldn't be able to buy one item and just have like a ridiculous amount. I would just with Conquer just straight up like take the healing off of it and then just give it more damage. Like I don't understand the design choice on Conquer. Like why does it need? Did they take the true damage off of it or is it still true damage? It's been so long since I've looked at that rune. It used to do true damage. I think they may have taken that off. You heal for 9%. Yeah, they took the true damage off. I think it used to have a portion of true damage. But it's still too much. Like, what's the design choice? What is Conquer supposed to do? It's supposed to be, I think, if you're in combat for like an extended period of time, you should have a major advantage. Right? And so I think just the adaptive, just more damage, right? Press the attack should be more like, okay, you're doing a little bit more like burst damage for auto attackers, and the big one is like you get that buff that helps your team out. So I would maybe, if they want to like buff press the attack and make the extra damage somebody takes like 15% from the team instead of 12%, if they feel like that rune's underwhelming, and then Conquer, it should just be like the old Fervor of Battle. Like, you stay in combat and you get these bonuses. I would even rather it be, you know, if that's the identity of the item, just a flat, you get extra damage. Right? Rather than healing. Like, instead of healing for 9% of the damage that you do, like, you do extra damage. Or, I mean, they could bring back the true damage and take off the healing. But, like, if you get the fully stack, you could make it stack infinitely, I guess. But I just think that just the lifesteal is just too much. I mean, that does give you an advantage in combat, but I don't know. I still feel like there's too much healing. I don't like the cat and mouse of healing where, like, someone can have a lot of healing and then, like, you have to get grievous wounds. I don't like this arms race. Then healing has to be strong enough to where grievous wounds doesn't completely cancel it out. And it just puts you in such a weird place if you have to get grievous wounds when the champion isn't building any healing items. Like, that are explicitly healing. I guess that's another thing, too, that they could do is, like, healing is so, is not out of the way. That's what I'm trying to say. It's just built into items that are already really good. It's just like, let's throw some healing on top of it. Like, the old school Bloodthirster, I think, was a fairly balanced item because it's like, okay, you're buying this item because you want lifesteal. You want a lot of lifesteal. And you're giving up crit to do it, and it's expensive. But you can get a lot of lifesteal off of that. Right? Blade of the Ruined King was kind of a step in the wrong direction, I think, with items that were just too good overall. Poppy Jungle seems abysmal against Master Yi. This guy does play her a lot. He's got a negative win rate, but I mean, I guess I've got a negative win rate on Rakan technically on this account. I don't know. I should have scouted it more. Well, I don't think I lost last game because of, I mean, maybe I lost because of focus, but I'm just always going to talk a lot on the stream. That's just how I run the stream. Oops. I mean, I think I made the correct plays there a lot of the time. I mean, there were some things I could have done differently, but I was trying to get the win. It was like other people that weren't.
Welcome to Summoner's
But I did make a couple of mistakes in there for sure. Yeah, Will of the Ancients. I think that was a fine item.
They're scared of darkness.
They got rid of the aura items.
They are scared of where
Yeah, it's fine to have must-have items for single champs, but I kind of miss the aura items. But there, like, so many items right now are just everything that a champion wants. Like, that's the biggest failure of the item rework, is I think people should have to choose, especially very high impact things like sustain. You should not have an item like Gore Drinker that has ability haste, AD, a really powerful AoE active, really good lifesteal, wave clear. It just got everything built into it. Yeah, they tried to standardize the stats also on a lot of the items to make you want to choose the item based on its active. Yeah, pretty much most support items have the same components. They had different components and different price costs early, but they want your decision to be around which like active is more powerful or passive or whatever, not the stats. Which I guess, but I don't know. I think they've definitely failed on the support items this season. Gore Drinker has some, I don't know if it's technically called lifesteal, but it has some kind of steal component to it. I cannot believe that little fucker flashed that. With no vision of me, he just like react flashed. I think we're gonna kill him anyways. Cat's gonna get it, I believe. Okay, nice. I got the assist too. The old Master Yi invade, huh? Yeah, let's just go the safe way. It's fine. They're gonna be up on levels on us from that roam. Yeah, I mean, that's the problem, is it's just based around the active now. The thing is, supports were fine. Like, support itemization was good last year. Like, we were talking about this earlier. There were so many different, like, items you could build and that were popular. Like, it was supports and the assassins, AD assassins, had the best itemization. So I think the itemization stuff has helped out, obviously helped out bruisers and AD carries, but I don't like that bruisers, like, their items have every stat you could possibly ever want. They also nerfed the shit out of, like, Forbidden Idol. I don't know. Chanters have kind of gotten wrecked this year. I don't, like, I say that, but at the same time, the win rates are still, like, really good. You know, on Sona, it's like 53%, Soraka's like 52, so it's like, it just feels bad, but, like, statistically, it doesn't really matter that much. The game, statistically, is in a much more balanced state, I think, than it probably used to be. Let me see if I can get Thresh with some of these. It's hard to get Ezreal. Thresh is just like, what the hell just happened? Hit him with the W, dodged the flay, and then baited the hook and dodged the hook. Rakan's great, man. If you don't like Rakan, I don't know. Round 2. Fight!
They will remember my name.
I don't have cooldown, so please don't get hooked here. Okay. I switch, just lower Rakan's cooldowns early by 2 seconds. Give him the Lulu treatment. That's all we gotta do. But enchanters are definitely more of a feels bad. You need more damage and armor. I mean, I just started the game. What do you mean? Oh, you're saying to buff Rakan in general? I don't like giving base stats like that. Most of the time, I'd much rather see cooldowns. Because that's like active gameplay. I'd rather see just lower cooldowns across the board on many things. This allows people more windows to play the game. I think stats are like the most generic, like often the worst, just raw stats, worst way to balance. I mean, it's effective, but it's just hidden power, basically. There's nothing like active that you see in the game with it. It's just, you're just a little tankier. You do a little bit more damage or a little bit less damage, you know?
Hey, what did the five fingers say to the face?
I inspire action.
So I don't want to see him. I want to see him lower the cooldown on something like the W or the E early. I don't mind if they keep it the same late. He has long cooldowns for late game too. It's 12 seconds each, but they're really high impact spells. That's fine. It's just early game, like 18 seconds on your W is like an extremely long time compared to most engaged champs. I guess that's about the same as hook champs, but he's taking more risk when he goes in than a hook champ.
Magic.
Smile. Everyone is watching.
Okay. If he committed to that, I think we could have won that fight. They're playing so safe. It's hard to do anything here to punish them. I'm gonna have a lot of minions.
I've been kicked around since I was born. It's all right.
Whoa, how are we down 20 CS? The fuck it? How is this guy that bad at last hitting? What? I guess it's like 12, but there's no pressure on us. I've been pressuring the Thresh the whole time.
Ain't nothing I say should be taken seriously. That's why it's the
No, they do not need to give Assassins wave clear. That's one of the most toxic things, I think, for balance and solo queue, is Assassins having wave clear. Stride Breaker, I would start off with Stride Breaker, get rid of the attack speed, or get rid of the ability haste. Just start taking away some of the stats. They want wave clearance, like, whatever, AoE slow, damage, all that stuff, fine, but, like...
I am definitely more confident.
I'd take something. Attack speed just seems really, like, overkill on that item. They got Dragon, right? Yeah. So we can't punish their back timing.
This is the man.
Through my work, you shall transcend.
The humans will
They just
never
like having ability haste on a lot of items.
until they hear the song.
I'm gonna try rushing this again. This alternator. Whoa, what the fuck?
Danger is as fun as you let it be.
Yeah, I don't know. Cat's getting annihilated. That is kind of a tough matchup for Cat early. Like, she can't assassinate him. Oh, they switched? I just noticed that. Either one of them. Both of them are hard matchups early for her.
Okay, Rakan. Get him watching.
She can't, like, kill him. Would have been really cool if she got some of those early kills instead of the Poppy, but I don't think we're in a position to hand it off. If he E's forward... Fuck, really? Come on, dude. Come on, dude.
Breathe in the atmosphere.
If it don't get out of control, it ain't a party.
Okay, we got him. I'm so low.
Only given a little spark.
Guess we can maybe bait him. I do have Guardian. Okay, he's top. You gotta hard punish that shit. That Thresh trying to run, like trying to roam around like that. You can't let that happen. That's gonna piss off that Ezreal so much too. Because Thresh hasn't been in lane for like 3 minutes.
I think they
Enemy
underestimate my
killing
charm.
spree.
You can't let him get away
How
with that
is
shit.
that even possible?
Yeah, I agree with that, Chow. That is a problem. They're just trying to give everybody everything.
Yeah.
It's kind of what they did in WoW over time, which made retail WoW a lot worse. A huge part of it was certain champions had, or certain whatever, characters, heroes, had strengths and weaknesses, and then they've kind of done away with that.
Next time, run.
Oh, Lord. What the fuck? Cat, please, dude, we see them all.
An ally has been slain.
Dude, we literally see them, Cat. What are you talking about? Like, you chose to go back in.
I have killed for her.
I don't know. But yeah, they're trying to do all this stuff to cover other things, and I agree with that. I mean, I get it. They're trying to make item choices feel much more impactful than just stat sticks. Like, that's kind of cool to have actives and stuff that are impactful. Or that, like, change playstyles around. It is a lot harder to balance. I mean, they said that up front, that it was going to be harder to balance. But in, like, retail WoW, like,
Been destroyed.
is she just, like, inting?
Enemy
I can't tell if she's just turbo inting or what. Like, alright, come on. Okay, we gotta run him down.
The only way
It's gonna be difficult. They're gonna pressure our tier 2. Camille, can you come down? I think Cat. I don't know. It feels like that was an int, but it's hard to tell because she already did it 5 times, and
enemy is unstoppable.
it's pretty bad if you don't know if someone's inting or just actually trying to play.
Your turret has been destroyed.
I think game's winnable if Cat just like stops feeding. I mean, Camille's doing pretty well. She's gonna outscale Malphite big time later. Cat's pretty terrible if she falls behind, but
This is all so intense.
well, we're just gonna have to hope she eventually gets a juice box.
Man,
Looks like everyone else is trying. They about to dive bottom. They got it warded up.
it's magic. It's wild. I'm just here for the party. I don't do. I think Zaya told me to improvise. At least that's the only part of the plan I remember. They will see my dance. Then they will know magic's joy and its fury.
Okay, she's just
An ally
alright. We'll
has
just
been
report her.
slain.
She's just actually running it down middle. She didn't even budge to try to help our jungle.
Woo! I am so into this.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Nope.
An enemy is dominating.
Wait,
Nope.
go.
You're gonna get to sit here for a while.
Damn it, Sonny, where are you?
He eat already, right?
Turret has been destroyed.
Magic.
No, I tried. He didn't have his W back up.
Ally has been slain.
Game to go a little bit longer, so maybe she'll say some more stuff. Maybe she'll int a little bit more. Let's add a bit more evidence.
Your turret has been destroyed.
I'm just trying.
It's worth it to me to spend another 4 or 5 minutes to maybe get her disciplined. Not because she's bad, but because she gave up. Okay, well, at least I got flash.
It's all filthy and dangerous. And that's why I love it.
It's possible also one of them starts raging. Like, I think that we can win. If she wasn't throwing a fit, like, I think that we could win this. Because Camille is going to outscale.
Leave nothing. Bring it on.
Camille's going to outscale. Poppy's, like, not good. They have, like, Poppy affects almost literally nobody except for a Thresh, like, following a Thresh hook or something.
I dance so fine I kill.
But I don't know. We could maybe split with Camille.
They've never seen moves like mine.
Is he going Trinity?
Your turret has been destroyed.
Ha! I'm G to the D. Golden diamond, boy. Woo!
Divine Sunder seems pretty troll. Okay, I don't know. Why is this Poppy so squishy? I guess because she went Divine Sunder.
Long ago, our kind danced upon the mountain.
Well, we were doing pretty well in lane. I don't know how we were behind in CS, but we did get several kills. Well, Critical Strike is an extra modifier that a lot of other roles don't have. Talked about this in itemization videos before, but like spells can't critically strike. So having Critical Strike on your auto attacks as a modifier means that you're going to be able to outscale a lot of other champs.
When I get sad, I stop being sad and be awesome instead.
A lot of the melee Critical Strikers have just kind of always been bad. There aren't many, but
An ally has
yeah, I saw a tank in my game and they got completely annihilated. The Scion last game. The pure tanks are really bad right now.
Is my
There's no
cool
such
right?
thing as like
Yes, it
being a good
is.
pure tank, right? Or there are not many. Like it could happen, but it's really the bruiser. Like they're trying to make the Stride Breaker, Gore Drinker stuff like your frontline champs that are hard to kill but also have a lot of damage. Because people just complain like the tank meta is the most reviled thing to like so many players. Just hate tank metas. They really want to be able to kill stuff fast. And I mean, Double Lift on his stream did kind of make a good point in that He was talking about like enchanters. That like tank metas, you don't get punished for making mistakes, or it's a lot easier to cover mistakes. So he said he liked much faster metas because it rewarded better play. Like you could punish people for mistakes, and if you made mistakes, you got punished. She not? Oh, she doesn't have ult. Oh yeah, I like it too, but I mean, at least at the professional level.
This looks like another dangerous situation. Thankfully, I can improvise.
If she would just stop like inting. I still can't tell. Like, she definitely goes through moments where she ends. We should have just left. Like, if she actually didn't give up and just focused, like, I think we could win, even though she's not, like, that good. Well, they just don't really like the concept of something that's extremely difficult to kill. Like, people just complain about it. They want to kill stuff. But there are a lot of problems. I mean, tanks in general are lower skill expressive champions than, like, not tanks. Agile champions.
Don't want a war.
Not always. Ornn, they were trying to kind of fix that with Ornn and give him a lot of, like, setup requirements and skill shots and things like that. But in general, they just don't like the unkillable, you know, tank stuff. Okay, yeah, we gotta get this. I mean, they're gonna be on Baron, but we gotta trade. We can't give them soul.
I dance because I'm free.
If we're able to trade anything right now, we just gotta take it, yeah.
The humans call it battle. It's just a dance.
Yeah, so what they've tried to do, I think, balance-wise, to help out with this, is they try to create, like, more agile type of, like, I guess Rakan was a really good design choice, because there had not been anything like that in support. Rakan's, not only because I play him a lot, but I just think he's a really good design choice in that he's engaged, that's not tanky, that's agile, where you, like, you do get punished if you miss position. You have a lot of mobility, but you have to use it, or you get blown up. Very clear strengths and weaknesses. Thresh is similar. Thresh is an older school champion, but he's an engage that's also not very tanky, right? Like, the problem, his, like, balance-wise over the last few seasons has been stuff like Leona. Get him. I really did not want to fight that. We should have just gone and killed Yi. Like, if Jhin went up here, we could have baited the Yi. Yi would have alpha'd on a Jhin, and then I could have turned it and killed him. But Camille just kept fighting and died. It was going to be a really low percentage chance we won that anyways. But I think if we kill Yi there, and then we come back and defend middle inhibitor's already down. They weren't going to get middle tower in the time that it took us to kill Yi. I think we could have defended it. Well, there's nothing wrong with it in the sense of like if it's silver and gold, but like at high levels of play, at pro play, players don't like to play that, and a lot of viewers don't like to watch that, right? Nobody wants to see Scion versus Ornn top lane every game. Like maybe that, not nobody, but a lot of viewers do not want to see that, right? They'd much rather see Fiora versus Riven than, you know, Scion versus Maokai top or whatever, right? People want to see more active gameplay. Or I'm trying to think if there was ever a like Scion mid for a while, just very non-interactive. You just push the wave and you're just really tanky and that's it. Then you have all these games where you get those meme games, right, where it's like 30 minutes and there are no kills. Well, yeah, well, I mean, people meme on Akali, but I think that like Akali being good in a meta is better than Kassadin being good in a pro meta. That's my opinion. I mean, I think Double Lift's right about that. A lot of pro players don't like to play that, like the slow games where nothing's going on. But he made a great point. It's not only from like an entertainment perspective or just like this kind of subjective, I don't like to watch that style of game type of perspective, but it also, he's right from a strictly gameplay, skill expression. A lot of those champs, the tanks, enchanters, not all of them, but many of them are lower, and you don't get punished for mistakes. That was his main point. It's like, okay, if it's like a tank meta or whatever, and you fuck some stuff up, you can probably still recover, and it drags games out, and so it's harder to express yourself as a really skilled player in a meta where that type of stuff is very dominant. So that's why a lot of pro players don't like it, especially really good pro players like Double Lift. So there is a subjective part. Some people like that. I personally, especially with my champion pool, I like tank metas because they favor champions that I'm usually pretty good on. And I think they favor supports in general. When stuff doesn't get one shot immediately, then there's more time to use your shields, use your abilities, your CC, and stuff like that. Although I guess you could say the hard engaged supports, you know, I mean, Rakan's one of them, but also like your Leonas, your Nautiluses, your hook champs and stuff like that do favor faster, people are dead really quickly styles. But he's right from a skill expression standpoint, is that it's harder to punish mistakes and you don't get punished for making mistakes yourself. So it just lowers the ceiling on the game. It just makes it a less skill expressive game at a certain point and more about stats. Although that does make it a little more about macro rather than micro as well. Like proper rotations determine the game. It'll turn the game into something more like a soccer game instead of a basketball game if they do it like that. And they're just thinking that, I mean, soccer is the most popular sport in the world, so that's probably not a great analogy, but it just turns it into this slower paced, like, you know, struggle with a lot of stuff that is hard for people to appreciate and understand if you aren't playing at a really high level. Like proper rotations and back timings and stuff like that. Like high level players can appreciate and understand that. And be entertained by that, but a lot of people want to see the kills, right? They want to see the flashy outplay. Oh my god, Lee Sin did a flash kick, crazy shit. Oh my god, Akali did this and this and this. Not, oh my god, Scion made this rotation 5 seconds faster, so he's in position to kill the ward, which means they're going to have a much more secure Baron take, you know? Like... Oh, ADCs are very skill expressive because of their positioning. Like they get punished really hard if they fuck up. A lot of them do. So Jinx is not like someone like Jinx, for example, is not hard in the sense that like she does have skill shots, but it's like if you just take one step at a high level and like incorrectly, if you're not kiting, like orb walking as they say, attack moving absolutely as efficiently as possible, then you're gonna get murdered a lot of times. So like we saw a Kog'Maw yesterday who was very good at the end of the stream. I guess I'll play one more. I was gonna call it, but whatever, I'll play one more. We'll get on the other account though. Like you could just see it in that Kog'Maw. Now he was just having a really good game, it seemed. He didn't look like he was smurfing. But just the way he was moving, like attack moving, getting in position, dodging stuff, it was just like really good. And it wasn't like any skill shots he was hitting. So yeah, it's not flashy, but it's still skill expressive. And a big part of it goes back to what Doublelift said, is they get punished for mistakes hard. ADC probably punished more than anything else because most of them, not Ezreal, not Samira with contemporary builds, but most of them get punished really hard if they miss position. Like, because they can't build tanky items. That's why it's usually really OP when they can. So like Ezreal with Frozen Heart right now and Divine Sunder, and Samira with like plated steel caps and shield bow is really toxic because it gets around that weakness of AD carries. They should be squishy glass cannons that do the most damage in the game, but are really hard to position. Karthus, yeah. Jinx is pretty good. I think Jinx is a pretty good AD carry overall right now. But yeah, so AD carries, I think there are several really good ones. I think they're in an okay place. I guess, I mean, overall the game is pretty balanced, to be honest. Like, it's annoying if you're used to, like, enchanters feeling better, but, like, I guess, but I would say that's more entertaining. Like a Vayne popping off, or even Jinx popping off, dodging stuff, like running people down is more entertaining than watching a top lane, like, again, Sion versus whatever, Maokai just tickling each other for 20 minutes and like nothing happens. Right? Or Braum versus Tom bottom and like nobody dies for 30 minutes. Like that's what I'm talking about. Where a lot of players don't enjoy playing that, and a lot of viewers don't enjoy watching that. Like 50-minute, you know, scores 5-5, that type of stuff. I'm not saying everyone does it. Those games can be fun strategically, but I'm just telling you that's why they've started balancing it the way that they have. Almost certainly. Like the beginning of the season, like hard tanks were really good, and they nerfed it pretty fast. Like Amumu, Rammus, like just shit that was impossible to kill. It feels really bad when you're an AD carry with 3 or like even 4 items potentially, and you're just beating on a Rammus that has like 2 items or maybe 1 item, and you still can't kill him, you know? And there's nothing you can do. It's just it's a stat check. Like a lot of times tanks just turn it into a stat check. There are, again, some tanks that are like more skill expressive than others, but in general, they've tried to pretty much eradicate most tanks and in favor of bruisers that are more active and maybe a little bit more skill expressive. Stuff like they would rather like Gwen, you know, be a powerhouse top than one of the other champions I mentioned. Sion, even stuff like Garen. I mean, as much as, like, personally I do like playing with tanks on my team, especially as enchanters. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, the control mages, people have said they've been really weak all season too, and in pro play, I think they have. That is definitely a problem. They were good early, but they weren't as good as people said they were. But yeah, they did get pretty hard nerfed. Stuff like Cassiopeia and Rise can beat those types of champs, but I really like when Cassiopeia is in the meta in general, but
You're scared. Good to know.
good. Like, our AD plays a lot of League of Legends. I mean, that is a lot. 2,000 games is a lot. But it's like, I want to play with somebody who plays this game all the time. Jesus, the last 30 days he's played 450 games of Ashe. My God, but he's only 50%. Well, I'd rather see that than someone who's played 10 games. Like, playing Rakan into Malphite is just a pain in the ass, but I don't know anything about their team. Like, if I play Maokai or something, there's just nothing that's that great into Malphite in team fights. I guess, like, Morgana, Shield, but I just have to wait with Rakan. If I wait until after Malphite goes, like I think it was last game or the game before when Malphite went in and then I followed up and peeled. Well, I don't know about that. Maybe Black Falcon. Where are they going to play bottom? Is it the Viego trolling? He's going to like switch over to Trist or something? I don't know what the hell they're playing. Teleport. I guess it's fine. I gotta take Ignite. I do not like teleport on Ashe at all into Leona. This just tells me he wants to play PvE as Ashe, which just seems awful. Like, I would not take teleport on anyone except for maybe Ezreal. But even then, I don't think it's that great anymore. Oh, it's set Leona bottom. Okay. Pool party set. Like a rave pool party or what? Graves is pretty horrible bot lane. Because he can't, it's kind of like Triss, like you can't control the wave. And minions actually, like, and towers block your auto attack. So if you're trying to trade and they stand behind the minions, you literally cannot attack them unless you walk around the minions. Like, it will physically block your buckshot. That's why you don't see Graves a lot in solo lanes, is because people just stand behind the minions and hit you and you can't do shit about it. I would take Cleanse. Against Leona, if I'm playing Ashe, I'm taking Cleanse. Yeah, I agree, Chow. It's not good. I'm not happy about it, but that's what it is. I do need to get my phone charger in here. I'll do that later, I guess. Maybe as a for fun thing to play ARAM. I think they've done that before at some events, but I just think that macro and rotations and stuff are just too integral to the game.
Welcome to Summoner's
It's all
Rift.
filthy and dangerous. And that's why I love it.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Yeah, they have no proper AD carry.
Danger
Wow.
is as fun as you let it be.
I mean, their comp is pretty melee heavy, but we can't really punish it. We don't have a lot of like disengage and range.
Minions have spawned.
Ashe is not good into that.
Feel good. Let's kick some ass. Why is it taking so long to get back to the action?
Hopefully the Shaco knows what's up. I think he's going AP, which is, I believe, the better option right now. I don't know, it changes all the time.
Without wild magic,
Zed doesn't have a lot of good assassination targets. Like, it's really just Malzahar. Unless he gets, like, really far ahead. But bruisers are pretty good against, like, the dive stuff. I think that's why a lot of people have,
time to get it started.
I didn't see which way Graves went. I think he's right there. He could be curling around on us bottom, but is he really? Okay. This set's just like, position is terrible. Really? How the fuck? Oh, she has teleport, that's right. Wait, what the fuck is going on here?
We don't want your harness. We want ours. I can't wait to see what I'm gonna do.
If she just had heal, we would have 2v2 that like real clean, but
Count it down. 1, 2, 3, 10.
please don't get engaged on and die.
The only way to understand magic is to plunge into it. Move with it. Dance.
How many TPs are in this game, dude? God bless.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am here
Really?
to entertain myself.
Ha!
You too.
An enemy has been slain.
Hilarious. Wait, what? Oh no. Graves cut him off?
Don't take a lot of words.
I could maybe go like Ardent second. I don't get the CDR. It still has quite a bit of AP on it.
Fun. I need some fun. Now.
Yeah, I mean, Mikhail's could be good too. This Ashe is just so fucking bad. Like, we should have won this so many times.
Man, you seen that forest over there? I'm gonna slap all of you.
This Ashe is like the definition of League is not play to win. Basically, in the sense of you just play the game a shitload. For all those people out there, they're like, oh, I would be Challenger. I just don't play the game enough. It's like, no, trust me. I've debated this with people a lot on the channel over the years. Well, if I just played the game more, if I just no-lifed it, I would be a Challenger in no time. It's like, no, you wouldn't, man. Like, playing the game is good. That's a good start, but that's not, like, the only thing that's required, you know? She has to sidestep the true damage. Like, there's just no other way. I mean, there are people in bronze with like 5,000 games, you know? I'm pretty sure that's warded or something. I don't... Maybe, maybe not.
I'm so fine,
Yeah.
I gotta kiss myself.
No. Okay, well, we got a TP, I guess.
You're only given a little spark of madness. I'll just put that there.
Okay, Shaco's top, so we can't really do a lot.
I hope
Oh my god, really?
look right.
Wait. I thought we had people on our team. I guess I should have backed up more. Well, I don't know, man. Yeah, that pathing was so
I don't need anything.
so bad. I mean, I knew it was gonna be bad though, but yeah, Malzahar. Guess let's do it this way.
Name one genius that ain't
This set should not be beating us this hard. Like, he's fucked up so many of these fights. I feel like he's just not getting punished. I mean, part of it is just Ashe is just awful right now as a champ in the meta. She just does not do enough damage, and she's extremely vulnerable to hard engage.
An enemy has been slain.
Unless, like, your team has no engage, but if you have a Rakan, spoiler alert, you have engage. I don't know. Maybe she can kite him. Later, but guess she's going shield bow. I guess if it stops her from getting blown up, but
I totally forgot why I'm here.
I'd honestly rather just see something like Gale Force.
Has destroyed a turret.
Just to dodge the Leona. It's like shield bow, I don't know, maybe it saves her. Wow, we got a turret? Okay. Alright, I mean, Volibear's rocking. If I just get Moby Boots and play around him.
An ally has been slain.
I feel like my allies aren't recognizing how amazing
Is game great fun and lost? What do you mean?
Rude.
You played and it was fun, but you lost? Or are you saying you think we lost this game already? mean, we're not in a great place, but I don't think we necessarily lost this game yet. Shaco, for the love of God, man. It sucks that he got out, but I mean, if she just had cleanse or heal, we would have won so many of these fights. Like, this teleport really did ruin the whole lane, honestly. Like, if she just had heal, like, if she had heal there, I could have turned that. I could have shielded and gone in. It's just, she was 100% dead.
Don't want to rule.
Did she get it? Who got it? Okay, we got it at least, I guess. Minor battles.
Make them dance. I will make them hear.
Has been slain.
Alright. Need 170 for this.
It's magic. It's wild. I'm just here for the party.
Thought about flashing it.
Another dangerous situation. Thanks.
We're not gonna get her though. She's just too tanky, I think. Shaco's just too low also.
Hello? You ready for me? If it don't get out of
And this is one of those really awkward where that blasting wand is sort of punishing us.
Turret plating will soon fall.
I mean, you've got like 500 gold and you just can't get anything. That's why a lot of the traditional AP support items feel sort of bad.
I'm here. I'm gone. I am so gone.
We're gonna get collapsed on. I don't know. There's gonna be too many people here, I think. Whoa, really? Holy shit. That was really bad. Like, dude, we saw them walking up the river. Why would you go? Like, Dragon's there. We see them walking up the river. It's like 100% you know they're there. Come on, volley.
They're scared of darkness. They're scared of magic. They are scared of where I'm from.
How strong is this dude? He doesn't have ult. Come on, go fight him. Bait. Oh my god. Really? Get out there. Alright, I'm going. Is she gonna go?
The humans call it battle. It's just a dance.
Does she have Mobies? Yeah. She's got steel cap, so she's still gonna get out. This Ashe is so fucking... How do you play this many games and you're like this bad?
I'm gonna burn this place down.
It's like walk out, get him to run up to you so he uses his cooldowns, and then I turn it on him. Gets him further away from the bush where Leona's probably hiding. Fuck, I'm just dead.
Because I'm free.
Enemy rampage.
Wow, man.
I am definitely more confident in dangerous situations.
She rushed Bloodthirster. What? What the fuck? I thought she was rushing. Like, I could see Shield Bow in this matchup. I would say, like, bought this account, but, like,
Killing spree.
The universe loves me.
I mean, maybe she literally bought, but you can't play that many games and not get demoted, you know? If you bought the account. I mean, she's really, really bad. Like, I'm not usually that much like, okay, this is a bot account, but this actually feels like legit a bot account.
Shut down. An ally has been slain.
Are you fucking kidding me right now? He's dead, right?
An enemy has
Okay.
been slain.
Jesus Christ. I could kind of get on board with Shield Bow to protect you, but it's like, I mean, this does give you a shield, I guess, but there's no way that's a better rush than Shield Bow if that's the kind of item you're looking for. Which I'm still not 100% sure that's better than Kraken. In fact, I'm pretty certain it's not. But
What humans call
Your
magic,
turret has been
we
destroyed.
call life.
at least he's going AP Shaco. I think that's a lot better late game. I don't have any stats to back that up, but feels like it's just more useful in team fights. Where the fuck did he go? Oh my god. We got bamboozled? Wow.
An ally has been slain.
I am this life. I am born of magic. This is my destiny.
Or did he just like ult through stuff? I'm not really sure like what's going on there. Zed can't even like throw a shadow in there and just like do some damage. I mean, I know you don't want to all in, but
Ain't nothing I say should be taken seriously. That's why it's the truth.
okay. Well, I know 100% there's a ward right here,
Our time will see.
so we'll start with that. Yep, I got that, which we knew they would.
Until they hear the sound.
Okay, that was nice for us. Alright, we gotta get Dragon off that. Yeah, they fucked up big time there. Yeah, I've been doing the AP Rakan. I've been having a lot of success. I think I've been playing really well on it, to be honest. We've had some where it's like team diff, and of course I've made some mistakes, but I feel a lot stronger with this. I feel like my stat line's been a lot better. Not that stats are everything, but Big part of it, I think the game's just slowing down a little bit. So you have a bit more time to get some items, and it just aren't as many clean 5v5s. It's just a bunch of people like diving and skirmishing, and there just aren't as many like front-to-back team fights. So, and very few people are playing like the mega tanks. So just having that little bit of burst and being able to force fights and actually contribute to killing people is nice. I don't think that's the way to go, probably in like Challenger, but I think in this Elo bracket it's something worth exploring. I mean, Graves is right there. Yeah, they're coming for you, Ashe. Can we? I mean, they're gonna probably kill Ashe because she just, you know, yeah, they're all going down there. Maybe we can get this.
Shut down.
It's risky. Malzahar's bottom.
You weren't a little frightened?
Zed, please, dude, we're trying to do some shit, man. Can you please just like not drag them over here? I'm gonna drag them over here. No, they're going middle. Okay, maybe trade inhibitor for Baron. I think that's probably good for us right now. Oh my god, dude, we do so little damage though. I guess with the Ashe teleport. Oh, they're trying to just end? The fuck? Okay, alright, bros. Let's go. Alright. I think that's worth. Given our current game state. Kill plus Baron for tower plus inhibitor that they could probably get from us anytime anyways. Like, take it. Really surprised they didn't just rotate over and go for Baron after killing bot lane and then damaging Zed heavily. That would have, they should have just immediately run for Baron.
They will remember my name.
She's dead. Nah, she's gone. If we lose 2, we could lose the game, so we don't want to do that. I mean, they're all gonna push up mid. It's gonna be like we have Baron, so I don't know. Shaco definitely needs to come back. Nice. Wow, dude, are they gonna win off that wave? How big is the wave? They've got Baron.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed
Yeah, I think we just gotta back off that. We can't fully win, but yeah, I gotta just try to get some wards in here and back.
They're gonna try and test me.
Oh, I said I was gonna go Ardent, but Ashe is just such a non-factor anyways. I'd rather just have the movement speed and the AP. If I ever complete this item, I'm probably not gonna complete it. We win this, right? No. Fuck. on, volley. Damn, I thought we'd be able to turn that. The Ashe is like, it's actually healing them. She does so little damage. Zed has ult. That's an oof. Okay, I think we're gonna spawn. Okay.
Rampage. Shut down.
I don't know if that's worth, man. Yeah, I know. We were talking about that earlier before you tuned in, I guess. Yeah.
There's wildness in the bees and the flowers. It's just a fury humans don't see.
Well, she did come around to getting Kraken. I don't like the order on those items, but... We're about at that point where we're kind of outscaled as long as Malphite doesn't get like a mega ult. Yeah, fight around stuff that matters. Don't just like YOLO. Can we please be here? Like, we could kill her right now.
Only as wild as magic. They will see me. They will see my dance.
Fuck! Oh my lord. He fucking got it! Are you kidding me? Wow. I guess we're gonna get it off of all of them, but... It was so stupid that he freaking... I charmed him, and he still got to jump. He did the jump, like, right when I charmed him. I think we... Do we win off of this? Maybe? Oh, we get inhibitor. I guess I should have stepped out further. Like, I charmed him right here. I thought I charmed him before he got it off. But he was just... I guess he was at the perfect range to tackle me, like, right here, all the way into the pit, and, like, get the last hit on it. Yeah, I've always been doing well since the opening minutes.
For humans, magic is like fire. For
We
us,
really need to be here early. Wait, Why are we doing all this stuff bottom when, like, Soul's coming up? Dude, fuck, guys. It's so dumb.
I do not wish to kill the mortals.
Ally has been
Is that an ace? It's pretty close. Okay, it's just set. Now fight's up in 15. Woo! God. Wow, that was how to win when your ADC feeds 101. Ashe did become relevant later after she got Kraken, and they just didn't have an ADC. I don't know. That was a really bad fight bottom, but we ended up being able to turn it around. I had a pretty good game overall. I did make some mistakes, but I think I had some pretty, like, game-turning sequences, too. Okay, thanks for stopping by, Jacob. That's actually going to be it for me tonight, too. That's really good. That was a good one to go out on, I think, so... I played Rakan pretty much all day, actually literally all day, all Rakan, but I think this new build is interesting at least. I feel like I'm doing really well on it. I mean, like, statistically I've been doing, like, pretty well. We did have a couple losses earlier, which was sort of rough. I think we were still 4-2 or 3-2 on the night. But yeah, it's been working out pretty well. Probably not doing Trundle, man. Probably not doing Trundle. But I think it's fun. Like, we're doing a lot of damage. We're able to be, like, proactive and maybe get some more kills early. So I think it's good. I think it's working out. Is this? Yeah, Braxis. I'm at 14 LP. Okay. But yeah. So we'll get back in there tomorrow. I will be here on the 4th. We're just hanging out at the house. I'm not even sure if we're gonna shoot off some fireworks. We might, but. Anyways, good kitty. But anyways, we will, we'll be back tomorrow at some point, probably around same time, 11:30, 12. But anyways, that's going to be it. Have a good day, and we'll see you.